Hey my little sleepy friends. Tonight we're travelling back to a time when the world felt both smaller and infinitely more mysterious, when maps ended in speculation, and the ocean was less a highway than an enormous question mark. This is the story of 1492, when a small fleet of wooden ships set out to answer that question, and in doing so changed everything. So before we begin, as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe, as it helps us, and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to be bored to sleep by yours truly. Picture yourself standing in any European city of that era. The streets would be narrower than any alley you'd feel comfortable walking down today, packed with wooden houses that lean toward each other like gossiping neighbours. The smell would hit you first, a mixture of wood smoke, horses, unwashed wool and chamber pots being emptied from upper windows. People bathed infrequently, not because they enjoyed being dirty, but because hauling and heating water was exhausting work. The population was still recovering from the Black Death, which had swept through a century and a half earlier like a terrible storm, taking perhaps a third of Europe's people with it. Cities felt emptier than they should, with abandoned buildings standing like gaps in a smile. But paradoxically, this tragedy had created opportunities. With fewer people competing for resources, wages rose, social mobility increased, and ordinary folks began to imagine lives their grandparents never could have dreamed of. Spain in 1492 was having what we might call a moment. For nearly 8 centuries, the Iberian Peninsula, Iberien, had been a patchwork of Christian and Muslim kingdoms, sometimes fighting, sometimes trading, always influencing each other in ways that created one of medieval Europe's most sophisticated cultures. But that January, something dramatic happened. The Catholic monarchs Ferdinand, and Isabella, finally conquered Granada, the last Muslim kingdom in Spain. This wasn't just a military victory, it was the culmination of what the Spanish called the Reconquista, meaning reconquest. For Ferdinand and Isabella, this moment marked Spain's transformation from a collection of squabbling kingdoms into something approaching a unified nation. They were feeling confident, ambitious, and perhaps a bit intoxicated with their own success. This matters for our story, because confident monarchs are more likely to fund risky ventures that sensible people would avoid. The economic situation in Europe was getting complicated in ways that would sound oddly familiar to you. There was an international trade imbalance that kept everyone up at night. European nobles wanted spices from Asia, pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg and cloves, with the kind of desperate longing you might reserve for your favourite comfort food. These spices weren't just about making food taste better, though that was certainly part of it. They were status symbols, preservatives and sometimes medicines. Having a well-stocked spice cabinet was like driving a luxury car today. But here's the problem. These spices came from Asia through a complex network of middlemen. Arab merchants controlled much of the trade, moving goods through the Middle East. Then Venetian and Genoese traders would buy them at marked up prices and sell them at even higher prices throughout Europe. By the time pepper reached your dinner table, it had passed through so many hands that it was literally worth its weight in gold. Wealthy Europeans were essentially hemorrhaging money eastward, and there seemed to be no way to stop it. The traditional route to Asia went overland through territories controlled by the Ottoman Empire, which had recently conquered Constantinople, in 1453. The Ottomans weren't particularly interested in making trade easy for European Christians. They added their own fees, imposed restrictions, and generally made the whole process as expensive and frustrating as possible. This created what economists would call a supply problem and what everyone else would call a massive headache. European merchants and monarchs began wondering, wasn't there another way to reach Asia? Couldn't someone find a route that bypassed all these middlemen and their inflated prices? The Portuguese had been working on one answer for decades. They were methodically sailing down the African coast, mapping every inlet and island, gradually working their way toward the southern tip of Africa. It was slow, methodical work, the maritime equivalent of carefully painting a house, one section at a time. By 1488, Bartolomeu Dias, had finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope, proving that there was a sea route to Asia around Africa. But this route was long and dangerous and required multiple stops for supplies. Surely, some people thought, there must be a shorter way. What if you could sail directly west across the Atlantic and reach Asia from the other side? The world was round, after all. Educated Europeans had known this for centuries, despite what your elementary school teacher might have told you about Columbus proving the Earth was round. The question wasn't whether the world was round, but how round it was, and what lay between Europe and Asia. Into this world of economic anxiety, geographical speculation, and post-conquest confidence walked a man with an idea that most people thought was ridiculous. But before we meet him properly, let's understand just how vast his ambitions were and how many people told him he was absolutely out of his mind. Christopher Columbus, or Cristoforo Colombo, Cristoforo Colombo in his native Italian, or Cristobal Colon, Cristobal Colone in the Spanish he adopted, was not the kind of person you'd expect to change world history. He was born around 1451 in Genoa, a bustling Italian port city to a family of wool weavers. Not poor exactly, but definitely working class by the standards of the day. Young Christopher didn't want to spend his life working with wool. He was drawn to the sea with a kind of magnetic attraction that some people feel for certain callings. By his 20s, he was working as a merchant sailor, travelling the Mediterranean and learning the practical realities of navigation, weather patterns, and how to keep a wooden ship from sinking, which was a surprisingly complicated task. What made Columbus different from other sailors wasn't his navigational skill, though he was certainly competent, but rather his obsessive conviction that he had figured something out that everyone else had missed. He believed he could reach Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic, and that this route would be shorter and easier than going around Africa. Now, here's where things get interesting. Columbus wasn't exactly wrong about the world being round, but he was spectacularly wrong about its size. He had studied various geographical texts, including the works of the ancient Greek astronomer Ptolemy, and the medieval traveller Marco Polo. Based on his reading and a fair bit of wishful thinking, Columbus calculated that the distance from the Canary Islands to Japan was about 2,400 nautical miles. The actual distance is more like 12,000 nautical miles. Columbus was off by a factor of 5, which in navigation terms is like thinking your local grocery store is a 5-minute walk when it's actually in a different state. Most educated people of the time knew Columbus's calculations were wrong. When he first pitched his idea to Portuguese King John II, the king assembled a committee of mathematical and geographical experts who basically told him, "Thanks, but this gentleman has no idea what he's talking about." The Portuguese were polite about it, but their message was clear. Columbus's plan would result in ships running out of food and water long before reaching Asia, leading to the crew dying miserably in the middle of the ocean. Not the kind of investment that makes sense. Undeterred, and Columbus was nothing if not stubborn, he took his proposal to Spain. This was around 1485, and Spain was still busy with the Granada campaign. Ferdinand and Isabella heard him out but weren't immediately convinced. They formed their own committee of experts, who spent years studying Columbus's proposal and came to essentially the same conclusion as the Portuguese. The man's geography was deeply flawed. But here's where Columbus's personality becomes crucial to our story. He wasn't the kind of person who accepted no as a final answer. He kept pushing, kept refining his pitch, and kept showing up at court like that one relative who won't stop talking about their business idea at family gatherings. He was persistent to the point of being annoying, but that persistence was precisely what his plan required. Columbus spent years in Spain, waiting, petitioning, and gradually making connections. He wasn't wealthy or particularly well-born, but he had a gift for self-promotion that would make modern marketing executives jealous. He dressed well, carried himself with confidence, and spoke about his plans with such conviction that some people started to believe him despite the mathematical evidence suggesting otherwise. During these years of waiting, Columbus developed a quasi-religious interpretation of his mission. He began to see himself not just as an explorer seeking a shorter trade route, but as someone destined to spread Christianity to distant lands. This wasn't unusual for the time. Religious and commercial motivations were thoroughly mixed in 15th century European thinking. But for Columbus, this religious dimension became increasingly important. He was, in his own mind, doing God's work as much as the monarch's work. The breakthrough came in 1492, shortly after Granada fell. With the Reconquista complete, Ferdinand and Isabella suddenly had time, attention, and perhaps some surplus funds available. More importantly, they were in that dangerous psychological state where recent success makes you more willing to take risks. They'd just accomplished something that had taken their ancestors centuries. Maybe this Genoese sailor with his grand plans wasn't so crazy after all. The terms Columbus negotiated reveal either tremendous self-confidence or spectacular audacity, depending on your perspective. He demanded not just funding for the voyage, but also titles and privileges that seemed absurdly presumptuous. He wanted to be named Admiral of the Ocean Sea, governor of any lands he discovered, and receive 10% of all wealth generated from his discoveries. And he wanted these privileges to be hereditary, passing to his children and grandchildren. Most people approaching monarchs with a business proposal don't start by demanding noble titles and a significant cut of hypothetical future profits. But Columbus wasn't most people, and somehow, remarkably, Ferdinand and Isabella agreed to his terms. Perhaps they figured that if the voyage failed, the titles would be meaningless anyway. If it succeeded, well, they'd deal with the consequences then. By April 1492, everything was in place. Columbus had his commission, his titles, and most importantly, his funding. Now came the practical work of actually assembling an expedition capable of sailing into the unknown Atlantic Ocean and hopefully returning to tell about it. Imagine you've just been given permission to attempt something that most experts think is impossible, will probably kill you, and requires convincing other people to come along and risk their lives on your questionable mathematics. That was Columbus's situation in the spring of 1492, and he approached it with the methodical efficiency of someone who'd spent decades preparing for exactly this opportunity. The first challenge was ships. Columbus needed vessels that were seaworthy enough to handle Atlantic conditions, large enough to carry supplies for what might be a very long voyage, yet small enough to be manoeuvred and maintained by relatively small crews. After some searching, he secured 3 ships from the port town of Palos, P-A-H-L-O-S. The largest was the Santa Maria, which served as Columbus's flagship. She was a now, a type of cargo vessel that was sturdy but not particularly fast or manoeuvrable. The Santa Maria was probably around 60 feet long, about the length of a modern bowling lane, and could carry perhaps 40 crew members along with months of supplies. She wasn't beautiful by anyone's standards. Medieval ships were built for function rather than elegance, with high castles at the bow and stern that made them look somewhat top-heavy and awkward. The other 2 ships were caravels, the Pinta, Pienta, and the Niña. Caravels were smaller and faster than naus, with triangular lateen sails that allowed them to sail closer to the wind. They were the sports cars of 15th century maritime technology. Quicker, more responsive, and generally more fun to sail, though less spacious and comfortable than larger vessels. Finding ships was relatively easy compared to finding crews. Word had gotten around Palos that some Genoese sailor wanted to recruit men for a voyage into the Atlantic with no clear destination. This was not an attractive job posting. Sailors of the era were tough, experienced men who made their living understanding risk, and most of them thought Columbus's plan sounded like an elaborate form of suicide. Columbus had help recruiting, though, from the Pinzon brothers, particularly Martin Alonso Pinzon, an experienced local captain whose reputation helped legitimize the expedition. When Pinzon agreed to captain the Pinta, other sailors started to reconsider. If someone as capable as Pinzon thought this voyage was worth attempting, perhaps it wasn't complete madness. The crews they assembled were a fascinating cross-section of late medieval society. There were experienced sailors who'd spent their lives reading weather and waves, young men seeking adventure and wealth, a few minor criminals who'd been offered pardons in exchange for joining the voyage, and specialists like the fleet's surgeon, carpenter and cooper, the person who maintained the water barrels, which was an absolutely critical job. Provisions for the voyage required careful calculation. Too little food and they'd starve. Too much, and the ships would be dangerously overloaded. They loaded ship's biscuit, a rock-hard bread that could last for months without spoiling, though it tended to develop weevils that crunched between your teeth. There were barrels of salted meat and fish, dried legumes, cheese, olive oil, wine and water. Fresh food was impossible to preserve for long voyages, so after a few weeks at sea, everyone would be living on preserved foods that tasted increasingly unappealing. The ships also carried live animals, chickens for fresh eggs, a few pigs in case they needed fresh meat, and the ship's cats, whose job was killing rats. Medieval ships always had rats, which ate stored food, chewed through ropes, and generally made nuisances of themselves. The cats were valued crew members whose contributions to the voyage were just as important as any sailors. Navigation equipment was relatively simple by modern standards. Columbus had magnetic compasses for determining direction, though everyone knew they didn't point exactly north, and you had to adjust for this error. For determining latitude, how far north or south you were, he could use an astrolabe, ASS true labe or quadrant, to measure the angle of the sun or North Star above the horizon. These instruments required clear skies and steady hands, and even when used perfectly, they were only accurate to within a degree or two. Determining longitude, how far east or west you'd travelled, was essentially impossible with 15th century technology. The best you could do was estimate based on your speed and direction, a technique called dead reckoning that required educated guessing and accumulated errors rapidly. Columbus would be sailing into the unknown with only a vague idea of where he was and no reliable way to know how far he'd gone. The expedition was scheduled to depart from Palos on August 3rd, 1492. In the days before departure, there must have been a strange mixture of excitement, anxiety, and last-minute preparations. Sailors said goodbye to families they might never see again. Supplies were loaded and checked and loaded again. Columbus reviewed his charts and calculations one more time, though by this point he probably had them memorized. The night before departure, Columbus and his men attended a final mass, asking for divine protection on their journey. This wasn't just religious convention, they were genuinely afraid of what lay ahead. The Atlantic Ocean was known to Europeans mostly through rumours and occasional fishing expeditions that didn't venture far from shore. What Columbus proposed was sailing directly into that vast blue mystery, trusting that eventually they'd find land on the other side. On the morning of August 3rd, with the tide turning favourable and wind from the right direction, the three ships raised their anchors and began moving toward the harbour mouth. Families gathered on shore to watch them leave, waving and probably praying. The ships were small enough that you could still see individual people on deck as they passed into the open ocean and turned south toward the Canary Islands, their last stop before heading into the unknown. And with that, the voyage that would change world history began not with drama or fanfare, but with creaking wood, snapping canvas, and the ordinary work of sailing that these men had done hundreds of times before. Except this time, they were sailing toward a destination that existed only in Columbus's confident imagination. The journey to the Canary Islands was routine. These were well-known waters that Spanish and Portuguese sailors had been navigating for decades. The three ships reached the islands in about a week, and there they stopped for repairs and final preparations. The Pinta had developed rudder problems that needed fixing, and everyone wanted to make sure all equipment was in perfect condition before heading into the true unknown. They departed the Canary Islands on September 6th, sailing west into the Atlantic with favourable winds filling their sails. For you, sitting comfortably in the 21st century, it's hard to imagine what those first days must have felt like. These men were leaving behind everything familiar and sailing toward nothing certain. The last sight of land disappeared behind them, and ahead lay only water extending to the horizon in every direction. The rhythm of life at sea in 1492 had a certain timeless quality. Days began before dawn, when the night watch would be relieved by fresh sailors. The ship's boy would turn the ampolleta, the half-hour glass that marked time, and sing out a traditional verse to mark the new watch. Breakfast might be ship's biscuit softened in wine, perhaps with some cheese or olives if you were lucky. During the day there was always work to be done. Sails needed adjusting as wind conditions changed. Ropes required constant attention. They stretched, frayed, and needed replacing. The ship's hull had to be pumped regularly because wooden ships always leaked at least a little, and that water had to be removed before it accumulated. Men took turns at these tasks, breaking the monotony of sailing, with the satisfaction of keeping their vessel in good order. Columbus maintained a careful log of the voyage, noting wind conditions, estimated distances travelled, and any unusual observations. Interestingly, he kept two versions of his reckoning, one that showed his true estimates of how far they'd travelled, and another, shorter version that he shared with the crew. The idea was to prevent them from becoming too anxious about how far they'd ventured from home. Whether this deception actually fooled anyone is debatable. Experienced sailors could judge distances pretty accurately just by watching the water slide past the hull. The weather during those first weeks was remarkably cooperative. The trade winds, reliable easterly winds that blow across the Atlantic at certain latitudes, pushed them steadily westward. The ocean was relatively calm, with gentle swells that rocked the ships but didn't threaten them. For sailors accustomed to the temperamental Mediterranean or the stormy North Atlantic, this steady, mild weather must have seemed almost suspiciously pleasant. But as days turned into weeks with no sign of land, anxiety began to grow. By late September, they'd been sailing west for nearly 3 weeks, longer than most sailors had ever been completely out of sight of land. The crew started noticing small signs and interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. A bird flying past became proof that land was just over the horizon. Floating seaweed suggested nearby shores. Even changes in cloud formations were analysed for hints of land. Columbus was careful to note these signs in his log, sometimes with more optimism than the evidence warranted. Part of this was genuine belief. He expected to reach Asia any day now, based on his faulty calculations. Part was leadership, keeping the crews hopeful and focused on the goal rather than their growing fears. Food remained adequate but was becoming monotonous. Fresh provisions from the Canary Islands were long gone. Everyone was living on ship's biscuit, salted meat that had to be soaked in water before it was chewable, dried beans, and endless water that tasted increasingly of the wooden barrels that held it. There was wine too, though it was carefully rationed. Drunk sailors were dangerous sailors, especially when you were in the middle of an ocean with no landmarks. The ships maintained visual contact with each other during the day, sailing close enough to see each other's sails. At night, they would hang lanterns to mark their positions. Columbus had given strict orders that the ships should stay together. If one developed problems or made an important discovery, the others needed to know immediately. Sometimes in the evening, when weather permitted, sailors would shout back and forth between vessels, sharing news and maintaining the social connections that helped preserve morale. As October arrived and they entered their 5th week at sea, the mood was becoming tense. There had been false alarms where someone thought they saw land, only to realise it was just clouds on the horizon, or a trick of light on water. Each disappointment made the next alarm less credible. The men began to wonder, quietly at first, then more openly, whether Columbus actually knew where he was going. Columbus himself must have been experiencing private doubts, though he couldn't show them. Leaders in crisis can't afford the luxury of openly questioning their own decisions. Each day he would take his readings, consult his charts, make his calculations, and assure everyone that Asia must be close now. Very close. Any day now. The ships were well built and well maintained, but they were experiencing the normal wear that any vessel endures after weeks at sea. Small leaks required more frequent pumping. Sails developed tears that needed patching. Ropes stretched and frayed. Nothing catastrophic, but the cumulative effect reminded everyone that these were old wooden vessels held together with tar, rope and hope, carrying them across an ocean whose extent they had severely underestimated. On October 10th, more than a month after leaving the Canaries, there was apparently some kind of confrontation, with crew members demanding that they turn back. Columbus's response, according to his log, was to promise that if they didn't find land in the next few days, they would indeed return home. Whether this promise was genuine or just a stalling tactic is unclear. What is clear is that Columbus bought himself a little more time, and that time would prove to be exactly enough. The night of October 11th was clear, with a moon bright enough to illuminate the ocean. The ships continued sailing west under full sail, pushed by steady trade winds that had barely varied in the weeks. The watch was changed regularly, with fresh sailors taking their positions while tired ones went below to rest, though probably few men were actually sleeping. Everyone sensed that something was about to happen. Around 10 p.m, Columbus thought he saw a light in the distance, something like a candle moving up and down. He called others to look, but the light disappeared before anyone could confirm what it might have been. Was it real, or just wishful thinking? Columbus noted it in his log, but didn't make any dramatic announcements. A leader who cried, "Land," too often would lose all credibility. The real discovery came at 2 a.m. on October 12th. Rodrigo de Triana, a sailor keeping watch on the Pinta, saw something darker than the night sky ahead. A solid shadow that didn't move like waves. He shouted the words that everyone had been waiting to hear. "Tierra! Tierra! Land! Land!" The Pinta fired a cannon to signal the other ships. That boom echoing across the dark water must have woken anyone who was sleeping, and sent everyone else rushing to the rails to see for themselves. Yes, there it was, an unmistakable dark mass ahead of them, the silhouette of land against the starlit sky. Columbus immediately ordered the sails reduced. In darkness, approaching unknown shores was extremely dangerous. There might be reefs, sandbars or rocks that could tear open a ship's hull in seconds. Better to heave to and wait for dawn than risk everything when they were so close to their goal. So the three ships bobbed in the gentle swells just offshore, everyone awake and excited, waiting for sunrise to reveal what they had found. As dawn broke on October the 12th, 1492, the crews of the Santa Maria, Pinta and Nina saw before them a low green island fringed with white beaches. The water was a brilliant turquoise, so clear you could see the sandy bottom. Palm trees swayed in the warm breeze. Birds wheeled overhead. After more than a month of seeing nothing but ocean, the sight of land, any land, must have seemed almost miraculous. What they had found was a small island in what we now call the Bahamas. The native Taino people called it Guanahani, though Columbus would rename it San Salvador, meaning Holy Saviour in Spanish. The Spanish lowered boats and rowed ashore. Columbus, dressed in his finest clothing and carrying the royal banner, stepped onto the beach and formally claimed the island for Ferdinand and Isabella. He planted a cross and had a notary record the entire proceeding in proper legal language. From the Spanish perspective, this ceremony transformed unknown wilderness into Spanish territory, though of course the Taino people who'd been living there for generations might have had opinions about this if anyone had bothered to ask them. Speaking of the Taino, they emerged from the forest cautiously, curious about these strange visitors who had arrived in enormous boats with white wings. The Taino were a sophisticated people with their own complex culture, agriculture and social organisation. They wore little clothing, the Caribbean climate didn't require it, and decorated their bodies with paint and ornaments. To Spanish eyes, accustomed to layers of wool and leather, this seemed exotic and somewhat shocking. Columbus tried to communicate through gestures, establishing that you can convey basic ideas without shared language. Though understanding anything complex or nuanced was impossible, the Taino were friendly and curious, bringing gifts of parrots, cotton thread, and darts to trade for the glass beads and brass bells the Spanish offered. Both sides thought they were getting a tremendous bargain. The Taino valued the novel European goods, while Columbus thought the cotton thread and especially any gold ornaments the Taino wore were signs of greater wealth nearby. Over the following days and weeks, Columbus would island hop through the Bahamas and along the coast of Cuba and Hispaniola, now Haiti and the Dominican Republic, always searching for the wealthy Asian civilizations he expected to find. He kept asking in gestures where he could find gold, spices, and the great cities he'd read about in Marco Polo's accounts. The Taino kept pointing him onward to other islands, possibly because they had some gold, or because they were diplomatically trying to send these persistent strangers somewhere else. Columbus interpreted every gesture as confirmation that he was getting closer to the wealth of Asia, though in reality he was exploring islands whose inhabitants lived in sustainable balance with their environment, and had little interest in accumulating the kind of mineral wealth that obsessed Europeans. The landscape Columbus explored was beautiful in ways that his European experience hadn't prepared him for. The Caribbean in October is warm but not oppressively hot, with reliable trade winds that keep the air moving. The water is remarkably clear, teeming with colourful fish that must have amazed sailors accustomed to the murky waters of European coasts. The forest was dense with vegetation that was simultaneously exotic and vaguely familiar. Palm trees they recognised, but also plants that had no European equivalents. Columbus's log from this period reveals someone caught between wonder at what he's seeing and frustration that it doesn't match his expectations. The islands are beautiful, yes, but where are the great cities? The sophisticated commerce? The warehouses full of spices? He kept expecting to round the next headland and find something that looked like his imagined Asia, but instead found more islands, more forest, and more villages of friendly but not particularly wealthy people. On Christmas Day, the Santa Maria ran aground on the north coast of Hispaniola. The ship couldn't be saved, though the crew and most of the supplies were rescued without loss of life. Columbus took this as a sign that he should establish a settlement there, which he called La Navidad, the Nativity. He left 39 men behind with supplies and instructions to build a fort and search for gold, while he prepared to return to Spain in the 2 remaining ships. The decision to return was driven by practical necessity. He needed more supplies, more men, and needed to report his discoveries to Ferdinand and Isabella. But it was also driven by growing concerns about crew morale and the seaworthiness of his remaining vessels. The Niña and Pinta had been at sea for months now, and needed proper maintenance that couldn't be done on a beach in the Caribbean. The return voyage began in January 1493, and it was immediately clear this wouldn't be as pleasant as the outbound journey. The trade winds that had pushed them so reliably west were now blowing against them. Columbus had to sail north first to reach the westerlies, winds that blow from west to east at higher latitudes, which meant more time at sea and more wear on already tired ships and crews. The crews were exhausted, the ships were showing their age, and everyone was surviving on increasingly unappetizing provisions. But morale was better than on the outbound voyage, because now they knew land existed out there. They'd seen it and walked on it, and they were going home with proof of their discoveries. Columbus had loaded the ships with samples of plants, including pineapples and tobacco leaves, as well as live parrots whose colourful plumage and to mimic sounds made them perfect ambassadors from the New World. He had also brought several Taino people with him, some voluntarily and some very much not. This was standard practice for 15th century explorers, bringing back native people to demonstrate to monarchs what you'd found, and to potentially train as interpreters for future voyages. The morality of this practice is deeply troubling by modern standards, but Columbus didn't see it that way. In his mind, he was introducing these people to Christianity and European civilization, which he believed was self-evidently beneficial for everyone involved. The return voyage was rougher than the journey out. February in the North Atlantic is not pleasant sailing weather. The ships encountered storms that tossed them like toys, testing every joint and seal. There were days when the crew could do little besides hold on and pray while waves crashed over the decks and wind tore at the rigging. Medieval ships were remarkably resilient, but they weren't comfortable, and in heavy weather they were genuinely frightening. During one particularly fierce storm, Columbus had a moment of panic that the expedition's discoveries might be lost if both ships sank. He wrote a brief account of his discoveries, sealed it in a cask, and threw it overboard, hoping that if the worst happened, someone would eventually find the cask and Spain would at least know what he'd accomplished. The cask was never found, but the gesture reveals how uncertain he was about surviving the voyage home. They made landfall in the Azores, Portuguese islands in the mid-Atlantic, in mid-February, taking on fresh water and provisions. The Portuguese authorities there were suspicious of these Spanish ships returning from who knows where, and there were some tense moments involving accusations of unauthorized exploration. But Columbus managed to navigate these political complications and continue towards Spain. The final approach to the Iberian Peninsula brought more storms, and the Pinta and Niña were separated. Columbus in the Niña was blown to Portugal, while the Pinta under Martín Alonso Pinzón headed directly for Spain. Both ships survived, though Pinzón, exhausted and ill from the voyage, would die shortly after reaching home. Columbus landed in Lisbon on March 4th, and had to explain to the Portuguese king why he was showing up in a Spanish ship after making discoveries in waters the Portuguese considered within their sphere of influence. It must have been a delicate conversation, but Columbus handled it diplomatically and was eventually allowed to continue to Spain. He finally reached Palos on March 15th, 1493, more than 7 months after departing. The entire town turned out to welcome the returning explorers. Here were men who'd sailed into the Western Ocean and somehow returned alive, bringing parrots and plants and stories that seemed almost too incredible to believe. Was it true they'd reached Asia? Columbus certainly seemed to think so, though some observers probably had doubts. News of the discovery spread across Spain with the speed of all really good gossip. Within days, Ferdinand and Isabella knew that Columbus had returned with tales of finding land far to the west. They summoned him to Barcelona, where the royal court was currently residing, to present his findings formally. Columbus made this journey into a kind of triumphal procession. He brought his Taino companions, dressed them in European-style clothing, and paraded them through towns along the way. He displayed the parrots, the gold ornaments, and the exotic plants. People gathered to stare at these wonders, and Columbus played the role of conquering hero with evident enjoyment. The formal reception at the Barcelona court was everything Columbus could have hoped for. Ferdinand and Isabella received him with great honour, had him sit in their presence, a significant gesture of royal favour, and listened to his accounts with evident interest. The court was dazzled by the parrots and exotic goods, impressed by the gold samples, and intrigued by the Taino people, whom Columbus presented as proof of the sophisticated populations he'd encountered. In Columbus's telling, his discoveries were everything he'd promised and more. He had reached Asia, or at least islands off the Asian coast. He had found friendly populations ready to embrace Christianity. There was gold available, and surely greater wealth lay just a little further west. All Spain needed to do was support a second, larger expedition, and the riches of the East would flow directly into Spanish coffers, bypassing all those expensive middlemen. Ferdinand and Isabella were convinced. Within months they were organising a second voyage with 17 ships and over 1,000 men, settlers, soldiers, priests and artisans who would establish a permanent Spanish presence in these new lands. Columbus would lead this much larger expedition back across the Atlantic to follow up on his initial discoveries. The speed with which this second expedition was organised reveals how important Columbus's discovery seemed to Spanish monarchs. They weren't just interested in exotic plants and friendly islanders. They saw an opportunity to establish Spanish power in new territories and hopefully gain direct access to Asian wealth. Columbus's discovery had opened a door, and Spain was determined to walk through it before anyone else could. But there was also anxiety beneath the celebration. The Portuguese were understandably concerned about Spanish expeditions sailing into waters they considered their territory. To prevent conflict between two Catholic kingdoms, Pope Alexander VI, who happened to be Spanish, drew a line on the map of the Atlantic, the Treaty of Tordesillas, Tordesillas, in 1494, dividing the non-European world between Spain and Portugal. Everything east of the line would be Portuguese, everything west would be Spanish. It was an audacious act of cartographic imperialism, two European kingdoms and the Pope calmly dividing up the entire world between them. Of course, neither the Taino people nor any of the other populations living in these discovered territories had been consulted about this arrangement. From their perspective, these strange visitors in big ships had shown up uninvited and were now claiming ownership of everything they saw. It was a fundamental misunderstanding that would have tragic consequences in the coming decades. Now, as you settle deeper into your blanket with perhaps that second cup of tea, let's talk about what Columbus's 1492 voyage actually meant, because the reality is more complicated and more interesting than the simplified versions you might remember from school. First, let's address what Columbus didn't do. He didn't prove the Earth was round. Educated Europeans had known that for over 1,000 years. He didn't discover America in any meaningful sense. People had been living there for at least 15,000 years, and Viking explorers had visited North America centuries before Columbus. He didn't even set out to discover a new continent. He was trying to reach Asia, and remained convinced until his death that he had succeeded. What Columbus actually did was establish a permanent connection between two hemispheres that had developed separately for thousands of years. This connection, which historians call the Columbian Exchange, transformed both sides in ways that nobody involved could have predicted. From the Americas to Europe, Africa and Asia came crops that would reshape agriculture worldwide. Potatoes became a staple food in Ireland and Northern Europe, supporting population growth that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Tomatoes transformed Italian cuisine, though Italians were initially suspicious of these strange red fruits. Corn became crucial for feeding both people and animals throughout the world. Chocolate and vanilla created entirely new categories of flavour. Tobacco spread globally with effects, both social and medical, that are still with us today. From Europe, Africa and Asia to the Americas came wheat, rice, sugarcane and bananas, along with livestock including horses, cattle, pigs, chickens and sheep. These animals and plants transformed American landscapes and indigenous ways of life. The horse, in particular, revolutionized life for many Native American peoples, especially on the Great Plains, where mounted hunting transformed entire cultures. But the exchange also carried diseases, and this is where the story becomes tragic. European diseases, smallpox, measles, typhus and others, devastated indigenous American populations who had no immunity to these illnesses. Within a century of Columbus's first voyage, the native population of the Caribbean was essentially extinct, and mainland populations had suffered mortality rates that are almost impossible to comprehend. Some estimates suggest that 90% of indigenous Americans died from introduced diseases within a century of first contact. This wasn't intentional genocide in most cases. People in the 15th and 16th centuries didn't understand how diseases spread or how immunity worked, but the effect was genocidal regardless of intent, and it facilitated European conquest and colonization in ways that wouldn't have been possible if native populations had remained at pre-contact levels. The Americas were conquered not primarily by Spanish steel and gunpowder, but by invisible microscopic organisms that travelled alongside the explorers. the discovery also sparked what we might call the first true age of globalization. Within decades of Columbus's voyage, Spanish, Portuguese, English, French, and Dutch explorers were crisscrossing the oceans, mapping coastlines, and establishing trade networks that connected distant regions for the first time. Products, ideas, people, and diseases began flowing around the world in patterns that had never existed before. This globalization had profound economic effects. The influx of American silver into Europe, particularly from the mines of Potosi in modern Bolivia, caused inflation and economic disruption while also funding European expansion. The plantation economies established in the Americas created demand for enslaved African labour, leading to the horrific Atlantic slave trade that would transport millions of people in chains across the ocean over the following centuries. The environmental impacts were equally profound. European farming practices, animal husbandry and land use patterns transformed American landscapes. Forests were cleared for agriculture, native species were displaced by introduced ones, and ecosystems that had existed for millennia were fundamentally altered within generations. For Spain, Columbus's discoveries marked the beginning of a vast American empire that would last for over 3 centuries. At its height, Spanish America stretched from California to Tierra del Fuego, T-E-A-I-R, U del Fuego, including most of South America, Central America, Mexico, the Caribbean, and significant portions of what is now the United States. This empire generated enormous wealth for Spain, though interestingly, that wealth didn't translate into lasting economic development. Spain in 1800 was arguably less economically dynamic than it had been in 1500, suggesting that sometimes sudden wealth can be as disruptive as it is beneficial. Columbus himself made 3 more voyages to the Americas after 1492, exploring more of the Caribbean, the coast of Central America, and the northern coast of South America. Each voyage brought new discoveries, but also increasing frustration. He never found the wealthy Asian civilizations he expected. The settlements he established struggled with disease, hunger, and conflict with indigenous peoples. His administrative abilities as governor didn't match his skills as navigator and explorer. Columbus's later years were marked by declining royal favour, legal battles over the privileges he'd been promised, and growing bitterness about not receiving what he felt he deserved. He died in 1506, still believing he'd reached Asia, never understanding that he'd actually encountered 2 continents entirely unknown to European geography. His reputation has fluctuated wildly over the centuries. In the 19th century, he was celebrated as a visionary hero who opened a new world. In recent decades, he's been more critically examined as someone whose voyages initiated conquest, colonization, and cultural destruction. Both views contain truth, though neither captures the full complexity of what actually happened. Perhaps the most accurate way to think about Columbus is as someone who was simultaneously brave, stubborn, visionary, and deeply flawed, someone whose achievement was real, but whose understanding of what he'd achieved was limited, and whose voyages had consequences far beyond anything he intended or could have imagined. The 1492 voyage wasn't the end of a story, but the beginning of many stories. Stories of exploration and exploitation, cultural exchange and cultural destruction, economic transformation, and environmental change. These stories are still playing out today. When you eat a tomato, ride a horse, or use a word borrowed from a Native American language, you're participating in exchanges that began with Columbus's voyage across the Atlantic. As we approach the end of our journey through 1492, let's slow down and consider some of the small human details that often get lost in the grand historical narrative. Because understanding the voyage isn't just about dates and routes. It's about imagining what the experience was actually like for the people who lived through it. Think about what it meant to be at sea for 33 days in 1492. There was no privacy on these small ships. You slept in shifts on the deck or in cramped spaces below, surrounded by the same few dozen men day after day. You couldn't shower or properly bathe. Your clothes became stiff with salt spray and sweat. The constant motion of the ship meant you were never fully still, even when trying to rest. Your hands would be rough with rope burns and calluses. The sun would beat down during the day, and at night the temperature would drop enough that you'd be grateful for any covering you could find. Food was always slightly unpleasant. Ship's biscuit was hard enough to break teeth, and was usually full of weevils that you learned to ignore because protein is protein. The salted meat had been preserved for months, and tasted predominantly of salt, requiring hours of soaking before it was remotely edible. Water from the barrels developed an increasingly unpleasant taste as the voyage progressed, taking on flavours from the wood and whatever had been stored in those barrels before. Wine helped mask the taste, but wine rations were carefully controlled. The sounds of the voyage would become a constant backdrop. The creaking of wood as the ship flexed in the waves, the snap of canvas as wind filled the sails, the splash of water against the hull, and the squeal of ropes under tension. At night, these sounds would be punctuated by the calls of the watch marking time and the occasional shout as someone spotted something in the darkness, usually nothing but imagination playing tricks. The sailors would have developed rituals and superstitions to manage their anxiety. Seeing a shark following the ship might be interpreted as a bad omen. Birds appearing would be taken as signs of nearby land. Changes in watercolour, floating seaweed, or shifts in wind direction would all be analysed and discussed endlessly. When you have nothing to do but sail and worry, every detail becomes significant. Columbus himself probably slept little during the voyage. As commander, he felt responsible for every decision, every course correction, and every interpretation of wind and weather. His cabin on the Santa Maria was probably barely large enough to lie down in, and he would have spent most of his time on deck, consulting with his pilots, checking instruments, and projecting confidence even when he might have felt doubt. The moment when Rodrigo de Triana spotted land must have been electric. After weeks of tension and increasing doubt, suddenly there it was. Proof that Columbus's calculations, however flawed, had led them to land rather than doom. The relief must have been overwhelming. Men who had been contemplating mutiny were suddenly vindicated for continuing. The impossible had become real, visible on the horizon. Walking on solid ground after 33 days at sea produces a strange sensation. Your body has adapted to constant motion, and suddenly the earth feels like it's swaying, even though it's perfectly still. This phenomenon, which sailors call land legs, would have made those first steps on the beach of San Salvador feel unsteady and dreamlike. The sand would have felt impossibly soft compared to wooden decks. The smell of vegetation and earth would have been almost overwhelming after weeks of smelling nothing but salt water and unwashed men. The encounter with the Taino people must have been profound for both groups. Imagine being a Taino person on Guanahani that October morning. You're going about your usual activities when suddenly you see something impossible. Floating houses with enormous white wings approaching your island. People emerge from these floating houses dressed in bizarre, colourful clothing that covers their entire bodies. They have hair on their faces which seems strange and somewhat unsettling. They carry metal objects that shine in the sun like nothing you've ever seen. These strangers make sounds that aren't quite language. They don't know any of the words you know, and you don't know any of theirs. They seem friendly but also somewhat aggressive, claiming ownership of things that clearly already belong to your people. They're fascinated by small amounts of gold that you wear as ornaments, but seem uninterested in things that have real value in your culture. From the Spanish perspective, the Taino seem to be living in a kind of Eden. Warm climate, abundant food, no obvious poverty or warfare. But they also seemed naive and unsophisticated by European standards, lacking the metal tools, complex architecture, and obvious accumulation of wealth that Europeans associated with civilization. This initial impression would shape European attitudes toward indigenous Americans for centuries, with tragic consequences. The parrots that Columbus brought back to Spain must have caused a sensation. Imagine being a Spanish peasant who'd never left your village, who'd never seen any bird more exotic than a peacock, suddenly seeing these brilliantly coloured creatures that could mimic human speech. It would have seemed like magic, like proof that the world contained wonders you'd never imagined. The Taino people Columbus brought back experienced even more profound displacement. They went from tropical Caribbean islands to the cold stone cities of Spain, from a society they understood to one where everything was strange and often incomprehensible. They were displayed at court like curiosities, baptised as Christians whether they understood what that meant, and most of them probably died far from home, victims of European diseases or simply the stress of total cultural displacement. As we near the end of our time together tonight, it's worth acknowledging that despite centuries of scholarship, there's still much about the 1492 voyage that remains uncertain or contested. History isn't as tidy as we sometimes pretend, and honest historians admit what they don't know alongside what they do. We don't know exactly which island Columbus first landed on. San Salvador is the traditional identification, but some scholars argue for other islands in the Bahamas based on different interpretations of Columbus's descriptions. The landmarks he described don't perfectly match any single island, possibly because coastlines have changed over 5 centuries, or because his observations weren't as precise as we'd like, or because translation and transmission have introduced errors into the surviving texts. We don't know exactly how many people lived in the Americas before European contact. Estimates range from perhaps 50 million to over 100 million, but pre-contact population figures are notoriously difficult to establish. We know the population collapsed catastrophically after contact, but we're less certain about what it was before that collapse. We don't fully understand what Columbus was thinking during his later years. His writings from that period combine religious mysticism, bitter complaints about not receiving his promised rewards, and continued insistence that he'd reached Asia. Was he genuinely convinced he'd found the Indies? Or did he gradually come to suspect he'd found something else, but couldn't admit it, without undermining his own claims? We'll probably never know for certain. We also don't know what the Taino people really thought about the Spanish arrival, because we only have Spanish accounts of these early encounters. The Taino had no writing system, and Spanish observers interpreted Taino reactions through their own cultural assumptions. When the Taino seemed friendly and generous, was that their genuine response or a diplomatic strategy for dealing with potentially dangerous strangers? When they pointed Columbus toward other islands, were they genuinely directing him toward gold or trying to send him away? The Taino voice is largely absent from historical records, though archaeologists and anthropologists continue working to reconstruct their culture from material evidence. There's also ongoing debate about whether Columbus should be celebrated, condemned, or something in between. This isn't just an academic question. It affects how we name holidays, what we teach in schools, and how we think about the origins of the modern Americas. Some people emphasize his courage and navigational skill, his role in connecting previously isolated hemispheres. Others emphasize the devastating consequences his voyages had for indigenous peoples, the beginning of centuries of conquest and exploitation. Perhaps the most honest answer is that Columbus was neither hero nor villain, but something more human and complicated. Someone who achieved something remarkable through a combination of skill, stubbornness, and favourable circumstances, whose achievement had consequences far beyond anything he intended or understood. He wasn't trying to destroy indigenous civilizations or transform global ecosystems. He was trying to find a shortcut to Asia and make his fortune, but intentions and consequences are different things, and we have to grapple with both. As you prepare to drift off to sleep, here's a final thought about the 1492 voyage. Its real significance wasn't in what Columbus intended, but in what he accidentally started. He intended to reach Asia. He accidentally encountered 2 continents that Europeans didn't know existed. He intended to establish a quick trade route for spices. He accidentally initiated centuries of cultural exchange, conflict, and transformation that reshaped the entire world. He intended to make his fortune and secure his legacy. He partially succeeded at both, though not in ways he expected, and his legacy remains deeply contested 5 centuries later. The voyage reminds us that human actions often have unintended consequences, and that the most historically significant events aren't always the ones that people at the time thought were most important. Those 90 sailors departing Palos in August 1492 probably thought they were embarking on a risky trading expedition that would either make them rich or kill them. They had no idea they were beginning a process that would transform the entire human world. It's humbling in a way. We make our decisions based on our limited understanding, our immediate goals, and the knowledge available to us. We can't predict how those decisions will echo through time or what their long-term consequences will be. Columbus couldn't have predicted that his voyage would lead to the potato becoming a staple food in Ireland, or that horses would transform life for Plains Indians, or that the mixing of human populations from different continents would create the diverse societies that exist today. But here's something more hopeful. While we can't predict consequences, we can think about the values that guide our decisions. Columbus was motivated primarily by ambition, wealth, and religious conviction. We might choose different motivations: curiosity, compassion, sustainability, and justice. We can't control what happens centuries after we're gone, but we can try to make choices that reflect what we think is important. The story of 1492 is ultimately a story about humans venturing into uncertainty with incomplete information and making decisions that seem reasonable at the time but have unpredictable results. That's not just history, that's life. Every day, all of us make small decisions that have ripple effects we can't fully anticipate. We do our best with what we know and hope that our best is good enough. So as you close your eyes tonight, you might think about those 3 small ships sailing west across an ocean that seemed endless, carrying people who were frightened and hopeful and determined, heading toward a destination they completely misunderstood but reached anyway. It's a reminder that sometimes things work out despite our misunderstandings, and that the journey itself, however uncomfortable and uncertain, can be as significant as the destination. The Atlantic Ocean still connects Europe and the Americas, crossed now by planes in hours rather than ships in weeks. But the fundamental human experience of venturing into uncertainty, hoping for the best, and dealing with unexpected consequences remains remarkably unchanged. We're all, in our own ways, sailing into unknown waters, guided by imperfect knowledge, and hoping we'll find land on the other side. Sweet dreams, fellow traveller. May your own voyages, whatever they might be, bring you safely to shores you're happy to discover, and may the consequences of your journeys be ones you can live with peacefully. The story of 1492 is over, but your own story continues, and who knows what new worlds you might discover in the days ahead. Rest well. Tomorrow is another voyage, but tonight you can simply drift on gentle waves toward the peaceful shores of sleep, knowing that humans have always ventured into the unknown, and somehow, remarkably, kept moving forward. Harry Houdini's story begins not with fanfare but with a toddler on a rickety ship bound for America. Born Eric Weiss in Budapest on March 24, 1874, he was the 4th of 7 children to a rabbi father and his wife. The family emigrated to the United States in 1878, landing in Wisconsin. Young Eric, as he was nicknamed, grew up on miracles far less glamorous than grand illusions. His father lost his first pulpit in 1882, and the Weiss family fell into dire poverty. Eric, a small-town boy with lofty aspirations, skillfully juggled his work and survival obligations with his early showbiz instincts. By age 9, he was performing as a trapeze artist and billing himself as Erich, the Prince of the Air, in one of many makeshift tent shows. Even as a child, he seemed to understand that real escape was needed. Escaping hunger with shoe shining and newspaper rounds, and escaping obscurity by wowing circus crowds. The name Houdini was still years away. Eric Weiss spent his early adolescence running errands for theatres and dabbling in gymnastics. At the age of 13, Eric Weiss and his father relocated to New York City, settling into a drafty boarding house situated on East 79th Street. He took on any odd jobs available, even working as a wild-eyed carnival beast man, simply to help his family make ends meet. A rabbi in Appleton, Wisconsin, had once been his father's proud position. Now the future escape artist was dancing on tightropes for spare change. By his teens, he was tall and sinewy enough to make an impression, an athletic cross-country runner turned showman. In 1891, Eric tried to turn his mechanical skill for locks and chains into a magic career. He read the autobiography of French magician Jean-Eugène Robert Houdin and wrongly assumed that adding an I meant like Houdin in French. Thus Weiss became Vice and Eric became Harry Houdini. He later insisted Harry was in homage to his idol Harry Keller, but in truth the name Houdini mostly came from a childhood nickname for Eric. This optimistic renaming did not instantly conjure success. He and his younger brother Theo even formed a vaudeville act called The Brothers Houdini, which flopped so badly they returned to New York near starvation wages. For years, Houdini's career was the opposite of spectacular. He presented himself as the king of cards and performed in the sleazy dime museums. His first magic shows were routine parlour tricks that rarely paid more than a few dollars per night. The couple and their acts traversed various theatres, their pockets brimming with talent but depleted by limited funds. One moment they were in Chicago at the 1893 World's Fair, with Hope, Dime and Shimmer. The next, just as quickly, they were boxed into an opium den sideshow. The early 20th century showbiz was a terrifying experience, combining elements of starvation and hardship. Through those struggles, Houdini learned a valuable lesson. Confinement in a mess box posed a greater risk than imprisonment by creditors. He tinkered with handcuffs and shackles in his off hours, convinced there must be a way out. It was little wonder, given his name, that he became obsessed with getting out. He tested keys in his slimy apartment and studied locksmithing using ragged manuals. When Houdini first approached a lock, one friend would later quip, that lock screamed at an SOS by morning. By 1894, his wife Bess, formerly Wilhelmina Rana, was relieved that he was making more money as a doorman and bouncer than he was with his magic. It took a few more years of scraping by before anything resembling a big break materialised. But let's say the stage was set for Houdini to really break out. The year 1889 was Houdini's Houdini moment. He was performing in St. Paul, Minnesota, doing the same card tricks and juggling acts that had entertained Midwestern saloons for a decade. When fate, in the form of vaudeville manager Martin Beck, knocked on his dressing room door. Beck was already booking big novelty acts and needed something new to wow the audience. Houdini demonstrated to Beck his preferred distraction technique, which involved escaping from a pair of prison handcuffs, a feat that would have left most men speechless. The normally unflappable Beck's eyes lit up. "Stick with those escape stunts," he advised, "and I'll get you on the Orpheum circuit." Within weeks, Houdini was performing at the top vaudeville halls across America. The public had suddenly gone wild for the idea that a man could slip through steel restraints as easily as you slip through airport security, and Houdini became their handcuff Houdini. He wasn't the first escape artist ever, but he invented the concept of escape mania. Every evening from St. Paul to Chicago, Houdini lived up to his name by springing free from county jail cells supplied by impressed local sheriffs. Tied in leather straps and dipped into rivers in wooden crates, he'd emerge minutes later dripping but unchained. He was performing escapes that were so physically impossible, newspaper mistalked and girls fainted. One local paper headlined, "If I put these cuffs on, you'll never escape." And Houdini escaped anyway, basking in the headlines and leaving jailers to eat another bite of plain donuts for supper. By the year 1900, Beck had arranged for Houdini to travel abroad, and in London, Houdini rose to even greater fame. In England, he encountered a notoriously sceptical police force at Scotland Yard. The initial audition resulted in Houdini being restrained in the renowned Yard's irons, and he confidently walked out in just 5 minutes. Houdini immediately secured a 6-month contract at London's Alhambra Theatre, where he quickly rose to fame. Americans and Brits alike flocked to his shows, and to Houdini this was no illusion. His salary shot up to $300 a week, a fortune at the time. A young man who once ate beans and rice with stagemates in New York was now presenting gold medals to his mother and renting a $25,000 brownstone in Harlem by 1904. As a nice bonus for poor Mama Weiss, he even bought her a gown rumoured to have been made for Queen Victoria, the proudest hour of the family's history, Houdini later said. By his mid-20s, Houdini had largely overcome his poverty. Newspapers began calling him the Handcuff King, a title he wore with pride. He was also forthright about his methods. Houdini freely admitted to hiding skeleton keys in his pockets, tucking bits of wire into his sleeve, and occasionally using his teeth to pick a lock. He was genuinely risking his life to escape from jail cells. He studied every handcuff made and had what one locksmith friend termed photographic memory for tricky locking mechanisms. Not that he needed memorization for long. As Houdini dryly noted in his 19 to 10 book, a simple shoelace loop could open old cuffs almost as cleanly as a key. Every newsboy in New York soon knew the name Houdini. He discarded his old card tricks as easily as one would throw away last season's shoe polish. He was now preoccupied with impossible escapes, nail-riveted packing crates, straitjackets, Berlin police cell turnarounds, and yes, even a manacled swim in a Chicago river once. Houdini had invited the very police he was escaping from to hold him down, and watching them fail by midday was the best free publicity imaginable. If Houdini had charged for being locked up, he probably would have paid off his entire contract in stash of cuff keys. By 1905, the world knew him, and its breathless newsmen wanted more danger, more distance, more Houdini. With the handcuff trick safely under his belt, Houdini needed a new way to surprise the world, and when it came to upping the ante, Houdini was a natural risk-taker. Around 1908, he retreated from handcuffs in favour of dramatic water escapes. The milk can escape, his first major liquid act, involved Houdini padlocking himself inside a massive milk can filled with water and challenging an audience member to seal the top. Then seconds later, he'd pop out like he'd never skipped breakfast. The stunt was so successful he took it overseas immediately, and crowd members began betting whether Houdini would dangle like a drowned insect or slip out victorious. Spoiler: Houdini won every time, much to the disappointment of the booing skeptics. Once the milk can became well known, imitators crept in like moths to a flame-proof cloth. Houdini, never one to be outdone, went around building more elaborate traps. In 1912, he unveiled what would become his most infamous gimmick, the Chinese water torture cell, which Houdini himself preferred to call simply upside down. For that purpose, he commissioned a custom tank of mahogany and steel, with a thick plate glass window and plumbing fixtures, in effect a giant aquarium on its side. He would be spread-eagled and dropped in head first, feet first, eyes only on the crowd. As water poured in to fill the cell completely, every spectator expected him to drown. Instead, Houdini held his breath, over 3 minutes in fact, and unlocked his way out while completely upside down. The act was so spectacular that audiences believed the illusionist had a fish-like appearance, and it remains one of Houdini's greatest triumphs to this day. Along with water feats, Houdini delighted in airborne escapades. No tall building was safe as long as Houdini was in town. One early stuntman in Leeds, England showed him bound in a straitjacket and then hoisted by his ankles 200 feet up a crane above the crowd. With thousands watching, he would wiggle free in plain sight, a stunt that drew comparable ticket sales to a Beatles concert or Super Bowl today. In New York, police actually banned him from dangling from high-wire offices, so Houdini chartered a tugboat and performed his packed cabin overboard stunt in the East River on July 7, 1912. They nailed a crate around him, sank it, and then Houdini squeaked himself loose underwater before anyone ran to find the phone book on how to pronounce subpoena. Even death-defying wasn't enough without death itself. Houdini became equally famous for his buried alive acts, although those performances even gave him nightmares. In a 1915 stunt, he consented to bury himself under 6 feet of dirt, using only his arms as excavation tools. The ground compacted around him. Halfway down, he began clawing rapidly, only just managing to break the surface before panic took hold. He emerged in a nearly comical jumble of dirty hair and frantic apologies. It was rumoured afterward that Houdini's emergency call was "One Houdini please, no rush." Reporters frequently questioned whether Houdini was ticklish or had a sidecar attached due to these and other coffin tricks. Typically, Houdini would joke that the obituary column posed the greatest threat to his life. No matter how elaborate the trap, Houdini insisted on transparency. Before some tricks, he'd even strip down and invite the audience to feel his biceps or punch him in the gut, proving he had no hidden keys. For his straitjacket escapes, he sometimes wore nothing but a G-string. In the torture cell, he made sure everyone saw him chained up through glass. One wag quipped that Houdini had nothing to hide. In fact, he practically showed everything off stage. These tactics built his image as a straight shooter, or bare straight shooter more precisely, in a business known for hocus pocus. Journalists lauded him as the only magician who performed without the veil of deceit, not realizing Houdini had written that line himself on a poster. In any case, if Houdini had a motto in the trenches of public stunts, it would be, "We may waterboard me, but we won't water skip me." Thus, Houdini consistently elevated the standard and the anxiety of ticket holders until newsboys began promoting the next Houdini spectacle. By 1914, Houdini's signature escapes were polished and timeless. Critics noted that even his old milk can act looked different. He would now sometimes float an iron grill inside it, raising the difficulty. Legend has it Houdini discarded the grill later because the bars looked too helpful, like accidentally giving a ladder to someone who's supposed to be trapped. The torture cell itself underwent refinements. By the end of his career, Houdini travelled with a spare set of locks, chains, and even a second cell in case of emergency. Imagine yourself jammed head first in an iron coffin of water, with no key and a ticking clock, he liked to say on posters. It borders on the supernatural. The public believed him, though naturally no one was ever quite sure how he did it. Houdini's sidekick and wife Bess often co-starred in a minor role during these moments of theatrical faith. She handled the props, managed the timing, and once nearly fainted when an assistant accidentally locked her in a safe on stage. She recovered just long enough to signal Houdini to open it. Afterward, she quipped that if Houdini had failed, she'd have to update his act to the cremation cell. In every incredible stunt, Bess was quietly in the wings. The real Houdini often joked that behind every great escape artist there was an even greater stage manager. So while Harry starred in the Cell of Doom, Bess was the silent secretary of magic, making sure Houdini's solos had a solid encore. Houdini's stunts had become a full-time job of being otherworldly. But the world was certainly watching. Newspapers and fans bellowed "impossible" at every escape. The law enforcement establishment treated him with a mixture of admiration and embarrassment. Los Angeles police insisted he was a humbug, then grudgingly hired him to escape from the LA jail. He turned the entire planet's jail system into his toolbox. To Houdini, these were hard lessons about locks and human nature. If you bend the rules just a bit, or break the lock, everyone will ask you to break free next. It was like the ultimate game of tag, except Houdini was always it, and chains were just part of the catch. By the late 1910s, Houdini's name had international cachet. He was rich and restless. There were no more dime museums in New York paying him by the burger and fries. Now he entertained kings and commoners. He continued to tour constantly, in Great Britain, Europe, Russia, and the Netherlands. And everywhere he went, Houdini challenged local police to one of his escape bouts. Every city became a stage, every prison a proving ground. In Moscow, for example, he escaped from a boxcar bound for Siberia. The key supposedly was kept at the North Pole. With each new country conquered, he collected souvenirs, orders from ministers, official certificates of escape artistry, and sometimes even a lawsuit or two. He once sued a German officer for claiming Houdini only escaped by bribery. Houdini proved the man wrong by popping open the judge's safe with the court's own keys. Newsreels eventually lured Houdini to the movies. He starred in a couple of early silent pictures in 1918 to 1919, like The Master Mystery, where he beat up a robot and got into a biplane chase. Audiences scratched their heads though. Was this an action film or a really weird magic show? Ultimately, Houdini found film less lucrative than vaudeville. As he told the press, his box office receipts beat Hollywood's silent charisma, so he returned to live audiences. He also had another pioneering gig in the skies. In 1910, he became the first person to pilot a powered airplane in Australia. "He's lifting off more than just our spirits," a reporter punningly wrote. Houdini was always seeking new challenges, whether it was digging through dirt or scaling clouds. Offstage, Houdini's fame brought him a celebrity lifestyle to match. He joined organizations of magicians, became president of the Society of American Magicians in 1917, and insisted on professionalism among his peers. His Harlem brownstone at 278 W to 113th Street became a museum of sorts, filled with rare tricks, mystical oddities, and books on every bit of occult nonsense he wanted to debunk. He bought a snazzy car and a custom-lined suitcase of locks and picks. In a humorous act of generosity, he reportedly spent fistons on a ceremonial gown purportedly tailored for Queen Victoria and threw a grand party to showcase a mitt, all to ensure his impoverished mother could be the centre of attention at the ball. "That day we could kill each other laughing," Houdini later said. For once, he had shown up high society and their jaws had hit the floor at his wildness. Throughout the 1910s, Houdini was touring roughly like a rock star. By 1920, Houdini was earning a salary significantly higher than that of an ordinary stage magician. People literally travelled to his show, even coming on pilgrimage when Houdini arrived in a city. He had realised that by turning every performance into the biggest stunt ever, he could keep the crowds coming back. So he did, and in a way Houdini had become that rarity among entertainers, a guy who was famous primarily for surviving things. Yet for all the flash, one aspect of Houdini's persona remained personal. Even at the height of fame, he was curious, almost wistful, about the fringes of existence. He himself once admitted that he'd love nothing more than a moment's contact beyond with his beloved mother, who had died in 1913. So as 1920s optimism flourished, Houdini quietly became the moonlighting skeptic. He would attend seances in secret, take on private investigations of mediums, and write articles exposing the machinery behind ghostly tableaus. In short, he was determined to apply his escape artistry to the spiritual realm. But first, one more leap, the biggest one yet, was about to unfold. Even people who thought Houdini's stunts were hokum respected that his battles against phony spirits were remarkably sincere. In contrast to other magicians who casually pretended to be mediums on stage, Houdini had no desire to deceive. By the early 1920s, he had seen too many families ruined by con artists calling out from the void. On one hand, he was the showman who managed to smuggle himself into a floating tank, drowned, and miraculously survived. On the other hand, he was a grieving son, having promised his mother on her deathbed that if anyone in the family could communicate with the dead, he would be the first to test it. What transpired was Houdini's most significant act to date. He transformed into the undead's most terrifying adversary. Along with his wife Bess, and a secret cadre, the most famous being a lady named Rose Mackenberg, a real-life ghost detective, Houdini set about exposing human leeches who claimed to talk to the dead. They attended seances undercover, even sabotaging staged levitations and phony knockings. They documented cunning tricks like smoked meat used to spur ectoplasm, sticky bandages smuggled up sleeves, and hidden colluding accomplices. When newspapers of the day ran stories of hoodoo, Houdini often quipped that at least the ghost stories had actual ghostwriters, as he could barely find anyone willing to donate even a dime. Houdini's fire for this crusade came to a symbolic climax in 1926 when he testified before Congress. It was a rare appearance outside the stage, a stiff legislative hearing room instead of a vaudeville theatre. Houdini, accompanied by Senator Arthur Capper, boldly declared that spiritualism was a complete scam. He was not joking, he was a magician who had made a career out of deceiving death, and he boldly declared that these mediums should be ashamed. Society was transfixed. Newspapers called it uproarious and the apex of Houdini's anti-spiritualist crusade. He even supported bills to criminalise fake fortune-telling and phony spiritual communications. Observers were aware that Houdini had previously performed fake seances on small vaudeville stages solely for financial gain. But that was a long time ago, and now the focus was on the psychic charlatans. He felt a bit of irony and sometimes joked, "I put the ghost in Ghostbusters," to audiences. In truth, this mission wasn't about laughs, it was deeply personal. Bess and Houdini had agreed on a secret code, Rosabelle, the title of Bess's favourite song, to confirm whether Houdini could truly communicate from the other side after his death. So far, every message from the spirit world would have been hogwash to him and him to us. Houdini also wielded his fame and organisational power in more direct ways. From 17 to his death, Houdini served as the president of the Magicians' Union, Society of American Magicians, urging his fellow magicians to expose frauds and to avoid joining the psychic movement. If a medium dared lecture him, Houdini would challenge them on stage. He famously offered $10,000, a small fortune, to anyone who could perform a real spiritual feat he couldn't explain. Unsurprisingly, he never wrote any checks. He frequently asserted that claiming it was all real was just as unethical as claiming the Titanic was unsinkable, and we all know how that turned out. The public found Houdini's switch to ghostbusting both fascinating and confusing. Here was a man who'd escaped death physically, now chasing after fake death claims. Some newspapers played along, dutifully reporting every sneer he made at so-called spiritual journalism. Others grumbled that Houdini was murdering market share for mediums. An editorial openly questioned whether Houdini saw himself as a hero or a villain. Throughout it all, Houdini never utilised his magic to solve this problem. Instead, he relied on basic sleight-of-hand knowledge and forensic intelligence. Houdini maintained a clear perspective in a world of deceit. There are tricks in every trade, and no one is more greedy than those who trade on the dead. Houdini's crusade gave him a new identity, not just escapist entertainer, but public educator. He went on lecture tours, not only on how to break locks, but also on how to spot a fake medium's tacky gimmicks. For instance, he once walked on stage at a big spiritualist convention in tears, only to yank off his sham crystal ball and show the camera inside. People want something to believe in, he'd say, but at least they should know if it's a dollop of egg or an echo of the real thing. In these interviews, he called charlatans crooks and liars, and to some he was the very definition of a fanatic. However, for many others, particularly the grieving widows and widowers, he emerged as an improbable defender of reason. He brought in any expert, psychic or not, who had evidence of the afterlife and tested it under harsh light. He even brought in trained stage hypnotists to test mediums claiming trance states. This all culminated in a congressional hearing in 1926, after which Houdini felt vindicated that at least lawmakers were listening. He would brag years later that he had become history's first professional ghostbuster, decades before Ghostbusters hit the pop charts. Houdini didn't anticipate the intense personal nature of this battle. He unintentionally stirred up controversy by becoming both a celebrity investigator and a subject of tabloid curiosity. Newspapers reported with relish that Houdini was arrogant, unscientific, or just plain superstitious. Some even claimed the devil had cursed him at one séance. Friends from his youth saw a change. The man who once joyfully bowed to his audiences was now hostile toward clothing horses of the occult. He argued openly with old friend Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the Sherlock Holmes author, who had championed spiritualism. Doyle called Houdini a blasphemer for exposing mediums. Houdini called Doyle a fool for believing them. Their friendship, once built on mutual respect, fractured on fraudulent phantoms. Despite the growing friction, Houdini admitted he himself wanted a sign that maybe there was something beyond, but only if it was genuine. As president of magicians, he asked colleagues to help craft the ultimate sitting. Before his first wife's death, they agreed on that secret code. The early séances Houdini and Bess held on Halloween each year became legend. Year after year, she announced there was no message. Every time the telephone rang on those nights, Houdini's heart would skip. However, Houdini's final performance in 1926 revealed something about him. A man who had defied every possible trick was now anticipating that he would approach death like any other challenge. And yet, like any outstanding showman, he would only tell the ending after the final curtain. Houdini's distaste for spiritualism had a consequence. True believers in the movement no longer saw Houdini as the gentle juggler from New York, but rather as a charismatic figure. Certain journalists began printing that Houdini had become a villain, like an official family exterminator at every funeral. Some spiritualist leaders took it personally. After all, Houdini had millions of dollars, fame, and a loyal following. When he exposed their tricks on national radio, many mediums retaliated by attacking his character. Conspiracy-minded gossip columns suggested Houdini only took on mediums because his own psychic powers were weak. The irony being, of course, that Houdini explicitly denied having any mystical powers other than what any talented locksmith and beastman might possess. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was perhaps the most enraged public figure among Houdini's upset constituency. The two men had been warm acquaintances. Doyle even participated in séances with Houdini's mother in 1922, until Houdini began mocking Doyle's beliefs. Doyle, who'd risked a claim by publicly endorsing spirits, felt personally insulted when Houdini compared metaphysics to a cheap parlour trick. The rift became bitter and enduring. Doyle persisted in attending spirit gatherings and publicly declared Houdini a heretic, even associating him with supernatural curses. One sensational headline had it, "Evil spirits put curse on Harry Houdini." A joke Houdini himself read with weary amusement. The friendship never recovered, and the image of Doyle as a true believer versus Houdini as the ultimate doubter became a literary trope. Sherlock Holmes versus Houdini had a lovely ring to it, the tabloids noted. The feud burdened Houdini behind the scenes. He often confided in friends that he truly wanted spiritualism to be real. He had nearly started the ghost wrestling course himself. but Doyle's dogmatism pushed him away. Still, Houdini channeled frustration into action. He had city newspapers keep publishing the spiritualist victims wanted ads, disguising himself to get invitations, then reported back to the public the silly ways mediums tried to fool them. To Houdini's credit, even when he poked fun at seance theatrics, often with a pun or two, he never got mean-spirited. He liked to say, "We all need a touching word after we lose someone, but let's make sure our touching words aren't glued on by trickery." Not all blowback was public debate though, some of it was deeply personal. Bess, Houdini's wife, took the brunt of their shared obsession. Although she supported his crusade, she also desperately yearned for any sign from beyond that would indicate her husband was still with her if he died first. Every Halloween from 1926 onward, Bess sat in darkness holding Houdini's coffin key and singing their secret song, waiting for Rosabelle Believe, their prearranged code. Year after year, there was no response. In 1936, a decade after the promise, Bess publicly declared that Houdini had indeed never reached out. She said, "10 years is long enough to wait for any man." This tearful final séance made headlines. Some people wrote it off as the end of a gimmick, but magicians still hold silent sessions at his grave to this day. However, in 1926, life continued with its usual peculiarities. Houdini continued touring and lecturing. The world still adored the escapist showman on stage. Yet those who knew him could see a seriousness in his eyes that hadn't been there in the old days of card tricks. Every new bill for a séance-critical lecture and every press interview about medium tricks added to an invisible tally he kept in his mind. At night, he was said to have had unsettling dreams about being restrained or drowning, nightmares no one could applaud as they did his on-stage escapades. But still, every morning he put on his costume as a tabloid publicity photographer and lock enthusiast. He joked in private letters. To defeat death is one thing, to defeat those who profit from death's scare tactic is another. The public, for its part, had mixed reactions. Many admired Houdini's honesty and backed his legislative efforts. Some religious newspapers even published his cynical gags. For example, Houdini wrote that if fireflies came out only after someone died, people would buy electric lights instead of hiring mediums. But a portion of fans felt mildly betrayed. After cheering him in applause lines for years, a few older admirers were puzzled at seeing his name on exposés of their favourite mediums. Magician colleagues either applauded his integrity or grumbled that he was attracting too much controversy. Society's magazines began publishing articles such as Houdini Slays Fairy Photos and Holmes Creator Seaver's Ties with Houdini, which gave the public the impression that he was a magician turned cop. Even Houdini's own press agents had to scramble. They shifted headlines from Houdini's Wild Rides to Houdini's Wild Sights, where wild here meant decidedly unimpressive magic without see-through trickery. Some days he waved off the dust-ups by announcing a new escape challenge, like dangling from a plane, and the media happily obliged. On other days, scribblers would ask him if his fight against ghostlies meant he now believed only in himself. Houdini would laugh and say, "If you can survive being locked in a safe and then thrown from a plane, the only thing you're sure of is gravity." Despite everything, Houdini appeared to accept the consequences. It was the nature of a showman to feed on attention after all, and nothing attracted headlines like Houdini versus the unseen world. Still, he knew his legacy was shifting. He wrote later that he wanted to be remembered not for tricks or big muscles, but for fighting. Gams. In his heart, he hoped people would credit him with something deeper than just 1,000 straitjacket escapes. As the critics sneered and the spiritualists hissed, Houdini honed his wit and picklocks, determined to end this act according to his own terms. The final act of Houdini's life unfolded like a scripted nightmare of his own. On October 9th, 1926, performing in Albany, New York, he injured his ankle during a trick, a reminder that even a Superman has the limits. He hobbled through shows until doctors advised rest, but Houdini, ever proud to deliver the show, shrugged it off, saying, "A broken ankle is not going to stop Houdini." Then came Halloween, 1926's prelude. While resting in Montreal on October the 22nd after a lecture, a member of the audience, a punch-loving medical student, asked Houdini if he was as tough as rumours. "Knock me out if you can," Houdini joked. The student, Dr. J. Gordon Whitehead, obliged with a series of swift blows to Houdini's stomach, landing several before Harry could tense up. Houdini gasped but laughed it off. He called it a fun experiment, telling reporters later he'd felt nothing but an empty pain. That evening he boarded a train for Detroit, attributing the discomfort in his gut to that playful punch in his stubborn foot. On October the 24th, Houdini's show in Detroit began with an uncharacteristically slow start. He complained of cramps and cold sweats. After a late-night performance, which he insisted on doing despite temperatures spiking to 104 degrees Fahrenheit in his dressing room, he collapsed backstage. A doctor diagnosed acute appendicitis and urged immediate surgery. Houdini, known for pep-talking his body, reportedly grinned and said, "I'll do this show if it's my last." But by 6 a.m, he could no longer delay. Houdini was rushed into surgery. The appendectomy revealed a ruptured appendix had sent infection, peritonitis, coursing through his abdomen. The great Houdini now fought for his life with novelty anti-serums and multiple operations, but the escape artist met a foe he couldn't outmaneuver. On October the 31st, 1926, Halloween, he finally passed away, a 52-year-old man who had braved death for our entertainment. His oft-reported final words were a hushed, "I'm tired of fighting." The world was stunned. Newspapers published gloomy headlines. The master of escapes had vanished, possibly due to a cunning move or a stroke of fate. The official cause listed was peritonitis from a ruptured appendix, but already the legend of Houdini needed an even more spectacular finale. Many whispered that the friendly jab in Montreal had been more serious than Houdini let on. A few doctors of the era indeed speculated that Whitehead's blows had caused the appendix to burst, while others argued the situation was mere coincidence. The truth remains something we'll never fully know. Even some modern medical journals debate how often belly trauma actually causes appendicitis. We do know this: the surgeon discovered no abnormalities apart from the spread of infection, and Houdini's family discreetly maintained to us that it was merely a tragic accident. But for the public, the timing felt eerie. The man who spent his life escaping death had been tricked by our one natural enemy, time. Millions turned out to silently imagine Houdini's version of the last great escape on that dark Halloween. Biographers later noted it as a poetic, if tragic, symmetry. Houdini's final moment occurred on the Night of Spirits. While doctors tended his body, Houdini's mind reportedly raced to that final promise he'd made to Bess. Between operations in his hospital bed, Houdini mumbled the code Rosabelle, believe, fervently hoping for a response. Alas, he never came through. In fact, by some reports he asked for his notebook to jot down any bizarre occurrences, as though expecting us at a ghostly pen to answer him. On November 1st, under the watch of his stunned wife and 2 brothers, Houdini let go of his mortal frame. The world lost not just an escape artist, but a showman who had always insisted on reality. The news of his death disseminated swiftly, akin to wild smoke emanating from a fog machine. Movie houses dimmed lights. Theatres held brief memorial shows. Across the globe, magicians knelt, severing a straitjacket on stage and observing a moment of silence. Indeed, Houdini had vanished from the realm of life, leaving a legacy of unresolved mysteries. Did his last heroic act lie in hunting out any phony mediums, or in proving that even the greatest man must someday give in to fate? That remained a question for the midnight philosophers. We are aware of how people remember him. As promised, Bess held one final séance a decade later, and on Halloween 1936 she declared Houdini did not come through. Every year on that date, magicians still gather at his gravesite, or, when the city says no, gather elsewhere, to honour the legendary escapist. They close their eyes, they whisper the secret song, and whether a breeze stirs or not, they say it in unison. Rosabelle, believe. It's tradition, part tribute, part hope. Houdini himself would likely be amused by it all, perhaps making one last wonderful escape with a sly grin. For nearly 3 centuries we have never really known how he pulled most of his tricks off, and perhaps that mystery is fitting. Houdini left no key to the afterlife behind, only the legend of his earthly feats. He remains a figure who cheated the Grim Reaper on stage time and again, and who wrote, in effect, an obituary for mediocrity every time he won. The individual who had experienced life in a unique way imparted a final lesson to us. Sometimes the greatest escape is not from chains or water, but from the ordinary. You are now seeing the birth of an industry that now makes hundreds of billions of dollars every year as you picture these old scenes. But more than that, you're seeing a behaviour that is uniquely human and goes beyond culture, geography, and time. The desire to change how we look, to show who we are through colour and pattern, and to take part in the ancient ritual of enhancement. These urges connect you directly to the cave dwellers who mixed ochre by firelight. When you next open a lipstick or eyeshadow palette, you're doing something that people have been doing since the beginning of time. The tools are better, the colours are more varied, and the techniques are more advanced, but the basic drive is still the same. You're changing yourself for a short time, just like people have done since we first looked at our reflection in still water and thought about how we might look different. As you get more comfortable in your blanket, let your mind drift down the Nile River to ancient Egypt, where the art of cosmetics reached heights that would not be reached for thousands of years. Imagine yourself walking through the busy streets of Thebes on a warm morning in 1350 BCE, when the famous boy king Tutankhamun was in charge. The sun is already rising toward its harsh noon position, but the city is still busy. The first thing you notice about the Egyptians you meet is their eyes. Everyone, from men to women to children to nobles to servants, wears dramatic eye makeup that makes their eyes look bigger, more intense, and almost supernatural in some way. The effect is amazing, as if you're in a room full of people who have borrowed the eyes of gods. This wasn't an accident. The Egyptians thought that the eyes were not only the windows to the soul but all butt lips, also to the divine world. The intricate eye makeup had practical, spiritual and aesthetic uses that were so closely linked that an ancient Egyptian would have thought it was strange to try to separate them. Kohl was the most famous part of Egyptian eye makeup. It was a dark substance that was put around the eyes in dramatic lines that went beyond the natural shape of the eyes. But kohl wasn't just one thing. It was made from a mix of things, each with its own uses and properties. Galena, a lead sulfide mineral that made a deep, shiny black, was the most common. Egyptians ground this mineral into a fine powder and then mixed it with animal fat, vegetable oil, or even honey to make a smooth paste. Making kohl was almost like a religious ceremony. Families would have special grinding palettes that were often made of slate and shaped like fish, birds, or other important symbols. People took good care of the grinding stones and passed them down through the years like valuable heirlooms. The sound of stone scraping against stone to make kohl would have been as common in Egyptian homes as the sound of coffee brewing is in ours. But Egyptians didn't only use black. They made a whole range of eye makeup colours, each with its own meaning and way of getting ready. Malachite, a green copper carbonate mineral, was ground into a fine powder to make bright green eyeshadow. Green wasn't just pretty, it was also a symbol of rebirth and fertility, which made it very popular with women who wanted to have children, or who were grieving the death of a loved one. Putting on Egyptian eye makeup was an art that needed skill, patience, and steady hands. Most wealthy families had special makeup applicators made of wood, ivory, or metal. These tools were often beautifully carved and decorated, making putting on makeup every day feel like a special event. The richest Egyptians might have their own makeup artists, who were skilled servants who could make the complicated designs that showed someone was from the upper class. Imagine a rich Egyptian woman starting her daily makeup routine. She sits on a low stool in front of a polished metal mirror. Around her are a lot of cosmetic containers made of alabaster, wood, and precious metals. Her makeup artist starts by washing her face with a mixture of animal fats and natron, a naturally occurring salt that acted as soap. The cleaning process is gentle but thorough, getting the skin ready for the day's makeup. The eye makeup is the most complicated and important part, so it goes first. The artist uses a thin reed or bronze applicator to draw precise lines of kohl around the woman's eyes. The lines go past the outer corners to make an almond shape that makes her features look even more beautiful. If the lines aren't perfectly straight, it will be clear right away that the work is bad. Next, the eyeshadow. The artist carefully puts green malachite powder on the woman's eyelids with a different applicator, blending it smoothly from the lash line to the brow bone. The green colour catches the light when she blinks, giving her eyes a soft glow that makes them look like they're on fire. But Egyptian makeup wasn't just for the eyes. Both men and women used a lot of other beauty products that anyone who is into beauty today would know about. They put red ochre and fat together to make rouge, which they put on their lips and cheeks. They used henna to colour their hair, nails, and sometimes even their palms and feet. The patterns they made showed their social status and personal taste. People all over the ancient world knew about Egyptian perfumes. They made complicated scents by soaking flowers, herbs, and spices in oils and fats. Some of the most valuable ingredients were rose, jasmine, frankincense and myrrh. People who were rich would put these expensive oils on their bodies every day, and the smells would stay with them like invisible auras of luxury. The boxes that Egyptian cosmetics came in were often works of art on their own. Rich Egyptians kept their makeup in fancy boxes and jars made of valuable materials and decorated with religious symbols. These containers weren't just useful, they were also a sign of the owner's wealth and taste. Some cosmetic containers that were found in tombs are so beautiful that they are now on display in museums as examples of ancient craftsmanship. Egyptian cosmetics have a lot of religious meaning. Different gods and goddesses were linked to certain colours and patterns. The green eyeshadow was a tribute to Hathor, the goddess of beauty and love. People thought that black coal could protect them from the evil eye and call on Ra, the sun god. Putting on makeup was even seen as a way to worship the gods every day by making oneself beautiful. Modern science has shown that Egyptian cosmetics also had useful effects. Coal contains lead, which is poisonous in large amounts but actually killed bacteria and stopped eye infections. The oils and fats in cosmetics protected skin from the harsh sun and wind in the desert. Many of the ingredients had antimicrobial properties that helped keep both the cosmetics and the skin of the people who used them safe. Back then, it was amazing how beauty became available to everyone in ancient Egypt. Rich people could buy more expensive makeup and hire professionals to put it on, but even servants and workers wore basic eye makeup. People didn't think of this as vanity. They thought it was necessary for health, spiritual protection, and being accepted by others. Some of the makeup techniques used in ancient Egypt weren't found again until modern times. They knew how to make makeup that wouldn't wash off, pigments that would last a long time, and even early versions of what we might call foundation and concealer. Their knowledge of colour theory, preservation and application techniques formed the basis for cosmetic practices that are still used today. As you think about these old beauty rituals, you're seeing a civilization that knew a lot about how looks and identity are connected. Makeup was more than just decoration for Egyptians. It was a way to change their appearance, protect themselves, and show their devotion all at once. We can see the beginning of cosmetics as both art and business in their painted eyes and coloured lips. These products set standards for beauty that would last for thousands of years. As you travel through the ancient world, let your mind take you from the Nile River to the sun-drenched hills of Greece, around 450 BCE, when Athens was at its best. The Aegean Sea's salty breeze and olive blossoms make the air smell good. In this land that gave us democracy and philosophy, you'll find a very different idea of beauty, one that values natural perfection over dramatic change. On a nice morning, if you walk through the Agora of Athens, you'll notice something about the people around you that stands out. The Greeks look almost plain next to the Egyptians, who painted their bodies in very dramatic ways. But if you look closer, you'll see that this simple look hides a complex and carefully crafted style that still affects standards of beauty today. The Greek ideas of beauty were very philosophical. They believed in the idea of kalos, which meant both physical beauty and moral goodness. A person had to find a balance between their looks and their inner goodness to be truly beautiful. This meant that cosmetics weren't just about looking good. They were also about becoming good, making the outside look perfect to show how valuable you are on the inside. The Greeks liked what they called marble skin, which was pale, smooth, and perfect, like the stone their sculptors used to make their works of art. It took a lot of work and some not-so-good methods to get this look. Rich Greek women would use mixtures of white lead and chalk on their skin to make it lighter. They knew that having pale skin meant you could relax and not have to work, since the sun's rays darkened the skin of workers and slaves. But making marble skin was more complicated than just putting on white makeup. Greek women had long, complicated beauty routines that started long before they touched their faces. They would bathe in milk, honey, and olive oil, which were all good for the skin and made it look slightly glowing. The milk's natural acids gently exfoliated the skin, the honey moisturized it and killed bacteria, and the olive oil formed a protective barrier that made the skin feel soft and smooth. Imagine a rich Athenian woman named Aspasia starting her beauty routine in the morning. She begins by taking a bath that smells like rose petals and scented oils. Her slaves have set the water to the right temperature and added herbs that are known to make skin softer. She takes her time soaking, letting the oils soak into her skin while the warm water opens her pores. After her bath, Aspasia goes to her private room to get her makeup. Greek makeup tools were simple but elegant. They included bronze mirrors that were polished to a mirror-like shine, small spoons for measuring powder, and fine brushes made from animal hair. The cosmetics were kept in beautiful pottery jars that were often painted with scenes from mythology or everyday life. The base of Greek makeup was literally foundation. It was a white base made from lead carbonate that gave the skin the pale look they wanted. Aspavia's slave uses a damp cloth to carefully apply this to the skin until it looks smooth and porcelain-like. It takes skill to do this right. If you use too much makeup, it looks obvious and fake, and if you use too little, it doesn't work. Greek women didn't just want pale skin, they wanted their skin to look healthy and glowing under the white base. They did this by putting a light red colour on their cheeks with red ochre or crushed mulberries. The goal wasn't the bright colour that would become popular later. Instead, it was a soft flush that made people look healthy and full of life. The eyes were given careful but not too much attention. Greek women learned how to use kohl from their Egyptian neighbours, but they did it in a much more subtle way. Greek eye makeup didn't use the dramatic extensions that were popular in Egypt. Instead, it followed the natural shape of the eyes, darkening the lashes and defining the eyes without making the face look too busy. They might put a little colour on the eyelids, usually a soft grey or brown, but the goal is always to make them look better, not different. Greek lip makeup was very interesting. They liked what they called wine-dark lips, which was inspired by a famous phrase from Homer about the sea. This dark purple-red colour came from mixing red ochre, crushed berries, and sometimes even ground insects that made red dye. The application was very careful. Greek women used small brushes to paint their lips into perfect shapes, usually smaller than their natural lip line, to get the look they wanted of delicate, refined features. But there was a strange contradiction in Greek beauty culture. Women were supposed to look naturally beautiful, but getting this natural look took a lot of work with fake makeup. The pale skin that made them look naturally refined was actually from toxic lead makeup. The rosy glow that showed good health was painted on. The lips were carefully shaped with brushes and pigments to make them look perfect. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. It was also thought that any man who moved in high-class social circles needed to wear perfume. There were big changes in the way people used cosmetics when they moved from Greece to Rome. As you keep going on your mental journey, picture yourself in Rome around the year 50 CE, when Emperor Claudius was in charge. People from all over the empire come to the city to do business. Egyptian merchants sell exotic pigments, Germanic slaves with pale skin that Roman women like, and Spanish traders sell precious metals for cosmetic containers. In a lot of ways, Roman beauty culture was Greek beauty culture on steroids. The Greeks liked things to be subtle and not too much, while the Romans liked things to be over the top and dramatic. The Greeks wanted to look naturally perfect, but the Romans openly praised fake improvements. The Romans were very open about how fake their cosmetics were, and they weren't afraid to try new things. Roman women took the Greek love of pale skin to the next level. To get skin that was almost see-through, they used even more dangerous mixtures with white lead, mercury and arsenic. The health effects were terrible. Many wealthy Roman women suffered from what we now know as heavy metal poisoning, which caused hair loss, skin damage and neurological problems. But the style was so strong that they kept using these harmful products, even though they knew they were bad for their health. The Roman version was very different from the Greek version, which was much more subtle. Roman women didn't just put bright red on their cheeks, they sometimes put it all over their faces. They made bright red pigments that caught the light and let people know they were there from across the room by using cinnabar, mercury sulfide. The goal wasn't to look healthy, it was to look rich, powerful and stylish. The Romans also had very dramatic eye makeup. They used kohl even more than the Egyptians did, which made their eyes look dark and smoky, as if they were smouldering with intensity. Roman women also started using coloured eyeshadows, in colours that would have shocked their Greek predecessors. They used bright blues made from ground lapis lazuli, vivid greens made from malachite, and even gold leaf for special occasions. The colour of Roman lips was just as bright. They liked bright reds made from crushed insects, red ochre and cinnabar. Some Roman women even used a red dye made from a certain kind of seaweed that made a colour that looked almost fluorescent and glowed in the light of a lamp. The application was very precise and dramatic. The lips were painted into exaggerated shapes that made them look fake. Roman perfumes became famous all over the ancient world. They brought in strange things from all over their empire, like frankincense from Arabia, spices from India, and flowers from Egypt. Roman perfumers came up with complicated ways to mix scents that made perfumes with many layers of scent that changed over the course of the day. Rich Romans might change their perfumes several times a day, using different scents for different activities and social situations. The tools and containers that Romans used for cosmetics became more and more fancy and expensive. Rich Roman women had makeup collections that included dozens of specialized tools made of precious metals and decorated with jewels. Their makeup boxes were often works of art, with detailed carvings, inlaid gems and mechanical parts that would have impressed engineers today. Ornatrices were Roman beauty salons where skilled slaves worked to put on makeup. These experts came up with methods that wouldn't be used again for hundreds of years. They knew how to make cosmetics that wouldn't smudge in the heat, how to mix colours for different skin tones, and how to use makeup to make different facial features look different. As you picture these Roman beauty rituals, you're seeing the beginning of cosmetics as a way to show off your wealth. For Romans, wearing a lot of makeup wasn't just about looking good, it was also about showing off their wealth, status and sophistication. You looked more successful the more fake and expensive you looked. This way of thinking about makeup as a status symbol would change the way people think about beauty for hundreds of years. As you relax and learn about the history of beauty, let your mind travel along the Silk Road, the famous network of trade routes that connected the East and the West. Picture yourself as a merchant's friend in the Tang dynasty, around 700 CE, as you make your way to the beautiful city of Chang'an, which is now Xi'an. You've been travelling through deserts and mountains for months. The first thing that stands out about Chinese beauty culture is how refined and subtle it is. The Romans liked bold drama, and the Egyptians liked spiritual symbols. The Chinese, on the other hand, developed an aesthetic philosophy based on harmony, balance, and making natural beauty even more beautiful. Their ideas about makeup were heavily influenced by traditional Chinese medicine, philosophy, and the idea of qi, which is the life force that flows through all things. Imagine yourself in the morning fog of a Tang dynasty palace garden, where the ladies of the court are starting to get ready for their beauty. The ritual begins before dawn, not with putting on makeup, but with paying close attention to health and inner balance. According to Chinese cosmetic philosophy, true beauty came from within. Healthy organs, balanced energy, and spiritual harmony naturally made people look beautiful on the outside, and cosmetics could only make that beauty better. The Chinese were great chemists who came up with cosmetic ingredients and methods that were hundreds of years ahead of those used in the West. They learned how to make pigments that last a long time from minerals, came up with ways to keep cosmetics fresh for months, and figured out how nutrition affects skin health in ways that wouldn't be scientifically proven until modern times. Fen, a type of Chinese face powder, was made from rice flour, ground pearls, and sometimes lead carbonate depending on the time and social class. The rice flour gave the skin a soft cover while letting it breathe, and the ground pearls added a subtle shine that made the skin look like porcelain. People thought that putting on fen was an art that took years of practice to get good at. A court lady puts on her makeup every day with the same care as a master calligrapher. She starts by washing her face with rice water, which is a method that modern beauty fans have recently rediscovered for its anti-aging effects. The rice water cleanses the skin and gently exfoliates and moisturizes it. Next is the base. She uses a silk cloth that has been dampened with rose water to apply the rice powder foundation in thin, even layers. She builds up coverage slowly until her skin is as smooth as a pearl. It takes time and careful attention to detail to do the process. The goal isn't to hide her natural beauty, it's to make it perfect so that the art can come to life on it. Chinese eyebrow fashion was very advanced. Eyebrow shapes changed a lot over the years. They went from thin crescents to bold straight lines to delicate curves that followed complicated geometric rules. Women would completely pluck their natural eyebrows and then use special brushes and pigments made from charcoal, plant dyes, or even crushed butterfly wings to draw them back on. The red lips were probably the most famous part of Chinese makeup, but putting them on was much more complicated than just painting them red. Chinese women used a method called Dian Chun, which meant putting red pigment only in the middle of their lips and leaving the edges their natural colour. This made a small, bow-shaped mouth that was thought to be the most feminine and elegant. People used safflower petals, cinnabar, or a red paste made from crushed rose petals and honey to colour their lips. but the most sought-after lip colour came from a very clever source. Women would press special paper that had been treated with red pigment against their lips to transfer the colour. This early type of lipstick paper was easy to carry, lasted a long time, and made the colour just right. They also came up with nail art techniques that wouldn't be seen in Western culture for hundreds of years. They made complicated designs on their nails with henna, ground flowers, and mineral pigments. Colours and patterns showed things like social status, marital status, and even political beliefs. The length and decoration of fingernails turned into a complicated visual language that people who knew how to read it could understand. In Chinese culture, perfume served more purposes than just smelling good. People thought that different scents could heal, change their mood, and even bring them good luck. Chinese perfumers made scents from incense that were worn in special pendants or sachets instead of being put directly on the skin. These portable perfumes let the wearer change their scent during the day based on what they were doing and who they were with. As you continue your mental journey east, you find yourself in Japan during the Heian period, 794 to 1185 CE, where you see one of the most unique and complex beauty cultures in history. During this time, Japanese court life came up with aesthetic practices that were so intricate and advanced that they changed Japanese beauty standards for more than 1,000 years. The makeup of Heian Japan was known for its sharp, dramatic contrasts and precise geometric patterns. The most noticeable thing was the pure white face powder made from rice flour, which made the skin look almost like a mask and made the makeup look even more fake. This wasn't meant to look natural, it was meant to look otherworldly, turning the person wearing it into something that looked like a work of art. Imagine a Heian court lady getting ready for a night at the imperial palace. She starts putting on her makeup in the middle of the afternoon, and she needs help from skilled servants who have been trained for years in the exact methods needed. The first step is to put on oshiroi, which is the white face powder that will be the base for everything else. To make a smooth paste, mix the white powder with water, and then use special brushes to apply it in thin layers. The coverage has to be completely even, and go beyond the natural hairline to make a smooth, white oval that hides the natural shape of the face. The effect is striking and a little strange. The woman's face becomes a blank canvas for art. Next are the eyebrows. In the Heian style, they were completely removed and redrawn as small oval shapes high on the forehead. People used charcoal or ink to paint these fake eyebrows, called hikimayu, in places that had nothing to do with where eyebrows naturally grow. These painted eyebrows had to be placed and shaped according to strict fashion rules that changed slightly over time. By today's standards, the eyes themselves don't get much attention. Heian women didn't use dramatic makeup to draw attention to their eyes. Instead, they often painted thin red lines along the inner corners of their eyes to make a subtle but noticeable accent. The goal was to make a soft, slightly sad face that was thought to be the most beautiful thing about women. But the most unique thing about Heian makeup was ohaguro, which is the practice of blackening the teeth. They did this by mixing iron filings and vinegar, which made the teeth a deep black colour. Far from being considered unattractive, blackened teeth were a mark of beauty, maturity, and high social status. Blackened teeth were a sign of refined femininity, and only married women and court ladies of a certain age would do it. The lips in Heian makeup were painted with red pigment made from safflower petals in the shape of a small bow, but these weren't painted over the natural lip line. Instead, white powder was put on the natural sole lips, but, and a small red shape was painted in the middle of the mouth. The end result was a tiny, perfect red accent that looked more like a flower petal than a mouth. During this time, Japanese incense culture was very advanced. Court ladies would use special boxes to burn different types of incense to make their clothes smell good. The scents would stay on silk robes for days. Different combinations of incense were linked to different seasons, feelings, and even themes in literature. A woman's scent became a part of who she was and how she expressed herself artistically. The tools that Japanese women used to do their makeup were works of art in their own right. The best animal hairs were used to make brushes, and the handles were made of bamboo and had beautiful designs on them. People made mirrors out of polished bronze, and the backs of many of them had beautiful art scenes on them. The containers for cosmetics were made from expensive materials and were meant to be as pretty as the cosmetics inside. When you move south to India, you come across another unique cosmetic tradition, tsul, but at combined lips. Spiritual meaning with beautiful looks. Indian beauty practices have been around for more than 5,000 years and are closely linked to Ayurvedic medicine, religion, and social customs. Indian cosmetics were known for their bright colours and natural ingredients that could be used for more than one thing. Turmeric, for instance, was used as a golden face powder that made the skin look beautiful and had antiseptic and anti-inflammatory properties. Sandalwood paste made a cool, fragrant base for makeup and kept the skin safe from the harsh Indian sun. Kohl was the most famous part of Indian makeup, but Indian kohl was different from Egyptian kohl. Good Kombines kajal, jute or surma, also known as Indian kohl, was made from soot from lamps, ghee, clarified butter, and a mix of medicinal herbs. Families often made the dish at home, using recipes that had been passed down through the years. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. Henna was a big part of Indian beauty culture. It was used to make beautiful designs on hands and feet for special occasions. Putting on henna was a social event where women got together to help each other make intricate designs while telling stories and getting to know each other better. Henna art was a great way to celebrate certain events and times of year because it only lasts for a short time. Betel leaves made Indian lip colour by making a natural red stain when chewed. This practice had many benefits. It freshened breath, helped with digestion, and made lips the right shade of red. The colour's brightness showed how recently the betel had been chewed, making a natural timeline of beauty that changed throughout the day. As you think about these different Asian beauty traditions, you're seeing cultures that understood something deep about how inner and outer beauty are connected, as well as how personal expression and cultural identity are connected. Each tradition came up with advanced methods and ideas about beauty that affected not only looks, but also health, spirituality, and social relationships. These old Asian beauty rituals were the start of modern beauty traditions that still shape the way people around the world use cosmetics. Their focus on natural ingredients, exact application methods, and the connection between beauty, health, and spirituality gives us timeless advice that is still useful today. As you get more comfortable under your blanket, think about the interesting social divisions that have always been a part of the world of beauty and cosmetics. Makeup has been both a bridge and a wall between social classes throughout history. It has made invisible lines that separate the rich from the poor, the noble from the common, and the sophisticated from the simple. Imagine being an observer who can magically move between social classes and see how the same basic human desire for beauty shows itself in very different ways depending on where you are in the social hierarchy. This story about two worlds, one of luxury and one of everyday needs, tells us as much about people and how society works as it does about cosmetics. Imagine what a normal morning was like in Florence in the 15th century, when the Renaissance was at its height. The daughter of a wealthy merchant family starts her long beauty routine in a beautiful palazzo that looks out over the Arno River. Her room is full of strange and beautiful things, like mirrors framed in silver, cosmetic containers made from carved ivory, and pigments that come from all over the world. She starts her morning routine before dawn, not because she has to get up early for work, but because it takes hours of careful planning to look perfect. She begins with a bath in water that smells like roses, and is heated to the perfect temperature by servants who have been awake since midnight getting ready for this moment. The bath itself is a luxury, a big wooden tub lined with linen and placed so that the morning light comes through the silk curtains. After she bathes, she starts the long process of getting her trendy pale skin. The white makeup she uses has Cirrus in it, which is a lead-based cosmetic that costs more than most families make in a month. You need skill and expensive tools to do the application. These tools include brushes made from rare animal hairs, mixing palettes made from precious materials, and a lot of other specialised tools that cost a lot of money to buy. A modern beauty lover would have been amazed by the number of cosmetics she had. She has a lot of different pigments, and each one is kept in its own special container. She got them through trade networks that go all over the world. Her makeup collection is like a museum of the world's wealth, with ultramarine blue from Afghanistan, cinnabar red from Spain, and gold leaf from Africa. But the most expensive part of her beauty routine isn't the makeup, it's the time it takes. She can spend 3 hours every morning getting ready because she doesn't have to work, take care of kids, cook or clean the house. Her beauty routine is a luxury that shows off her social status just as well as any title or crown. Now let's look at a different neighbourhood in the same city, where the wife of a wool worker starts her own morning routine. She gets up before the sun rises, not to look good, but to stay alive. She has to feed the kids, finish her work, and take care of the house with resources that have to last a long time. If you can call it a beauty routine, it happens in the minutes between more important things. She might splash cold water on her face from a shared well, run her fingers through her hair to make it look nice, and maybe put on some homemade rouge made from crushed berries or red clay that she found near the city walls. There is a big difference between the cosmetic materials. The merchant's daughter uses lead powder from another country, while the worker's wife might use chalk dust or flour mixed with animal fat to make her face look whiter. The rich woman puts valuable cinnabar on her lips, while the working woman uses the juice from red berries or the colour that comes from biting her lips over and over again. But this is where the story gets interesting. Both women are doing the same basic thing that all people do. Both are using the resources they have to look better, show who they are, and fit in with the beauty standards of their community. The difference is not in the desire itself, but in the ways to make it happen. The cosmetics that working women use may not be as fancy, but they are often more useful and sometimes healthier than the more expensive ones. Her berry-based blush won't hurt her skin like cosmetics that contain lead. Her face powder made of flour and fat is less refined, but it lets her skin breathe. Her simple preparations are made fresh and used right away, so they don't have the problems that expensive cosmetics do when they are stored for a long time. The social dynamics of cosmetic use have created some really interesting contradictions over the years. In many cultures, only rich people were allowed to wear the most dramatic and fake makeup. Working people were expected to look more natural. But getting that natural look often took just as much skill and work as making fake beauty look good. Think about ancient Rome, where a senator's wife might spend the whole morning putting on layers of white lead makeup, red cinnabar rouge and fancy eye paints. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. People thought that the wealthy woman's fake look was elegant and proper, but looks but then a lower-class woman tried to make herself look better. It was often seen as vain or pretentious. This double standard existed in part because makeup was a way for people to show off their social status. The expensive makeup and complicated application methods showed that the person wearing it had the money to buy luxury items and the time to use them right. A woman who showed up at dawn with perfectly applied makeup was saying that she had servants to wake her up, get her makeup ready, and help her with the complicated process of putting it on. Beauty tools also showed how wealthy someone was. Rich women had mirrors made of polished silver or bronze that were often decorated with detailed engravings and put in expensive frames. They made their makeup brushes out of animal hairs from faraway places and gave them handles made of ivory, gold, or rare woods. Their makeup containers were works of art in their own right, meant to show off their wealth and taste. Women who worked used much simpler tools. Their mirrors could be pieces of polished metal, or even a bowl of clear water. They often made their brushes out of things they had on hand, like frayed twigs, scraps of cloth, or even their own fingers. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Archaeological evidence indicates that, notwithstanding these material disparities, working women frequently exhibited greater innovation in their cosmetic techniques compared to their affluent counterparts. Because they had to try out different materials, which led to discoveries about natural cosmetics that rich people, who could afford expensive imported ingredients, might never have made. In medieval Europe, the cosmetic divide became even bigger when religious leaders linked makeup to moral decay. The church taught that God made people perfectly, and trying to make God's creation better could be a sin. This religious view made things complicated for society because rich women kept using fancy makeup in private, while pretending in public that their beauty was completely natural. This religious restriction had an interesting effect on how cosmetics were made. Women learned how to make makeup that looked natural but made them look much better. They learned how to subtly lighten their skin, make their lips look naturally red, and darken their lashes in ways that looked like natural gifts rather than fake improvements. The growth of trade guilds in medieval cities gave working-class women more chances to get involved in the world of cosmetics. As part of their professional training, women who worked as perfumers, ointment makers, or cosmetic preparers could get better ingredients and learn more advanced methods. These women often acted as links between high-end and low-end beauty practices by finding ways to use expensive methods with cheap materials. Royal courts have always been places where new cosmetics were tested out. With unlimited resources and a lot of competition, People were always trying new things. Court ladies would compete to look the best and most fashionable, which caused makeup techniques and beauty standards to change quickly. The beauty routines that started in royal courts would eventually spread throughout society, but they would often be simpler and more useful. The French court of Versailles during the reign of Louis XIV is a great example of how elite cosmetic culture could get very complicated. Court ladies would spend hours each day putting on layers of white paint, rouge, and fancy decorations. For example, they would cut small patches from silk or velvet and put them on their faces in patterns that showed how they felt, what political party they belonged to, or whether they were available for romance. These court fashions were so fancy and costly that they kept anyone who wasn't very rich from fully participating. One pot of the best white face paint could cost as much as a servant's yearly pay. Because it took so long to do it right, only women with a lot of servants could get the full effect. But even the servants at Versailles made their own beauty products, making simpler versions of the latest fashions using things they could afford or get through their jobs. Kitchen maids used lard and flour to make their faces look like the white paint used by the rich. Laundresses made colourful makeup out of the leftover dyes from washing clothes. Seamstresses made their own beauty patches out of scraps of fabric. During times of social unrest, the difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics became even more clear. For instance, during the French Revolution, the elaborate makeup styles that were popular with the upper class became not only unfashionable, but also dangerous. Women who went out in public with the white face paint and rouge of the old regime could have been seen as enemies of the revolution. This made beauty practices more democratic because former aristocrats had to learn how to make simple, natural-looking makeup. At the same time, working women had more freedom to try out makeup techniques that were only available to the upper classes. The revolution literally changed the way French women looked, setting new standards that valued natural beauty and simplicity. The imperial court in ancient China came up with very complicated beauty practices that took years of training to learn how to do right. Court ladies would try to make their skin look perfect, their eyebrows look perfect, and their lips look beautiful. The imperial palace came up with these methods, which were kept secret by palace servants for generations and never shared with anyone outside the palace. But Chinese beauty culture also had a long history of everyday beauty practices that were open to everyone. Women in the village came up with their own ways to use local materials, like rice water for cleaning, flower petals for colour, and different plant extracts for skin care. These folk practices were often more useful and sometimes worked better than the fancy ones used in court. It wasn't just about money that elite and everyday cosmetics were different. It was also about risk. Wealthy women could try dangerous things like mercury, lead, and arsenic, because they could get medical help when these things made them sick. Working women, who couldn't afford such medical care, had to find safer ways to use cosmetics that used natural ingredients and had fewer harmful side effects. This safety gap had long-term effects on the development of cosmetics. Working women who couldn't afford dangerous alternatives were the first to find and improve many of the best and safest cosmetic ingredients. Their useful new ideas eventually changed the way rich women used cosmetics, as they began to see the benefits of safer, more natural ways to look good. The tools and methods used to put on makeup also showed social divisions in interesting ways. Rich women could buy special tools for every part of putting on makeup. For example, they had different brushes for different types of paint, precise tools for making perfect shapes, and complicated storage systems for keeping their makeup collections in order. Women who worked came up with tools and methods that worked best for many different tasks. You could use one brush to put on both lip colour and blush. You could use a small mirror for both personal grooming and work that requires a lot of detail, like needlework. These useful new tools were often better than more specialised elite tools, so people from all walks of life started using them. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history: the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they're looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion. She's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He's advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of kohl around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye, as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black kohl stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration. They are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication, because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he's going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she is newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting, and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active, and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she is passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she is now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain-perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you are doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, the basic experience is still the same. You're changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we are recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen and foundation, anti-aging ingredients and concealer, and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip-plumping, isis-plumping products to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting, and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal color palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense, and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes coal using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives coal its unique deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that is so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the coal will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils, and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the coal from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Coal made for everyday use is different from coal made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just coal. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilizers, or colourfast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it is harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light-reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together. The user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil and ghee not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and airflow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state, so making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. Travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup, it's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, a Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturiser, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes, and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth, the most unique part of Heian makeup, and may be the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings and other special events. They would share tips, stories and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people used traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish, and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socializing, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honour ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian kohl that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You are the newest artist in the longest running art form in history. Tomorrow, you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries, even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history, the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon, around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they're looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek, and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion. She's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion, but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He is advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of kohl around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status, and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black kohl stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration. They are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste, and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he is going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she's newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy, and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting, and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active, and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she's passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she but is now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness, by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain-perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you're doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, the basic experience is still the same. You are changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time, and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we're recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen and foundation, anti-aging ingredients and concealer and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip plumping, Isis plumping products, to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important, and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal color palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little, daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, you take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes kohl using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives kohl its unique, deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that's so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the kohl will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the coal from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Coal made for everyday use is different from coal made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just coal. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilizers, or colour-fast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it's harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light-reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together, the user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil, and ghee, not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and air flow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. The soot is put on clean plates and then ground up with other medicinal ingredients. Almonds have oils that are good for the sensitive skin around the eyes. Rose petals smell good and have a mild astringent effect. Different herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that help keep your eyes from getting infections and irritated. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state. So making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science, and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better, while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. As you drift deeper into the peaceful embrace of the evening, let your mind take you to the most personal parts of ancient beauty culture. The daily routines of putting on makeup that made ordinary people look like their ideal selves. These weren't rushed routines that had to fit into busy modern lives. They were sacred ceremonies that honoured the link between inner beauty and outer expression. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup. It's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, a Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey, and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturizer, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism, and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape, and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth are the most unique part of Heian makeup, and maybe the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings, and other special events. They would share tips, stories, and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people use traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socialising, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honour ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian coal that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You're the newest artist in the longest running art form in history. Tomorrow you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair on a quiet evening, perhaps with a warm drink in hand as we travel back to a time when the world was smaller and simpler, yet somehow more complicated all at once. You're about to witness one of history's most remarkable transformations, not through the eyes of kings or generals, but as someone watching ordinary people discover they had extraordinary courage buried deep inside them. It's the early 8th century, and you find yourself in what we now call Spain, though back then it was known as Hispania to those who bothered with such formalities. The Visigothic kingdom stretches before you like a patchwork quilt that's seen better days, some patches holding strong, others fraying at the edges, and a few that probably should have been replaced years ago. You'd think ruling a kingdom would be straightforward, wouldn't you? After all, you sit on a throne, people bow, and everyone does what you say. But the Visigoths had managed to turn monarchy into something resembling a particularly chaotic game of musical chairs. Kings came and went with the regularity of seasons, though with considerably less predictability. One day you'd have King Witiza on the throne, The next day his rival Roderick would be measuring the royal cushions for size. This constant game of thrones, and yes, that's exactly what it was, had left the kingdom about as stable as a three-legged stool on a ship during a storm. Nobles spent more time plotting against each other than actually governing, which meant that when real trouble came knocking, everyone was too busy looking over their shoulders to notice the front door being kicked in. The irony, of course, is that while the Visigothic nobility were perfecting the art of political backstabbing, they were completely missing the bigger picture unfolding to the south. Across the narrow strait that separated Europe from Africa, forces were gathering that would change everything. But you know how it is with people who are too caught up in their own drama. They rarely notice the storm clouds until the rain starts falling. The Muslim conquest of North Africa had been proceeding with the kind of methodical efficiency that would make a Swiss clockmaker weep with joy. City after city, region after region, until the Islamic forces stood at the very edge of the African continent, looking across those few miles of water toward Europe like a person eyeing the last piece of chocolate cake at a dinner party. Now, you might wonder why anyone would want to cross a body of water to conquer a land full of quarrelling nobles and political chaos. The answer, as it often is in history, comes down to opportunity meeting ambition. The Muslim forces weren't just looking for new lands to conquer, they were looking for lands worth conquering. And despite all its internal squabbling, Hispania was still rich in resources, fertile in agriculture, and strategically positioned at the crossroads of Europe and Africa. The stage was set for one of those moments in history when everything changes so quickly that people living through it probably felt like they were watching the world's most dramatic magic trick. One moment, you have the familiar chaos of Visigothic politics, with its predictable unpredictability. The next moment, everything you thought you knew about power, religion, and daily life is turned completely upside down. But here's what makes this story particularly fascinating from our cozy vantage point centuries later. The people living through these changes didn't know they were witnessing the end of one era and the beginning of another. They were just trying to get through each day, make sense of rapidly changing circumstances, and figure out how to protect themselves and their families in a world that suddenly seemed a lot less predictable than it had been the week before. The Reconquista, that centuries-long process of Christian kingdoms gradually reclaiming the Iberian Peninsula, wasn't born in a single moment of inspiration or divine revelation. It emerged slowly, organically, from the accumulated frustration and determination of people who found themselves living under foreign rule and decided, sometimes one person at a time, that they weren't going to accept this as their permanent reality. As you settle deeper into your chair, imagine yourself as one of those people, watching the old world crumble and wondering what kind of new world might rise from its ashes. Because that's exactly where our story begins, not with the end, but with the ending that became a beginning. In 711, if you live near southern Spain, you may have seen something odd on the horizon. Ships. There were actually quite a few ships, and none of them were flying any flags that you recognised. This fleet wasn't the usual merchant traffic, or the occasional Viking raid that everyone had learned to treat as just another Tuesday inconvenience. The scene was something entirely different. The fleet approaching your shores belonged to Tariq ibn Ziyad, whose name would become so associated with this moment that the rocky outcrop where he landed, Gibraltar, literally means Jabal Tariq or Tariq's mountain. It's one of those perfect historical coincidences that makes you wonder if someone somewhere has a sense of humour about these things. Now, if you were a military strategist sitting in your favourite armchair, you might assume that conquering an entire kingdom would require vast armies, years of planning, and logistics that would make a modern supply chain manager break out in hives. But Tariq had something perhaps more valuable than massive numbers. He had timing, determination, and an opponent that was essentially doing half the work for him. The Visigothic kingdom at this moment was like a house with a beautiful facade but termites in the foundation. King Roderick was dealing with rebellions in the north, noble families were still playing their endless game of political chess, and the army was scattered across the peninsula dealing with various internal squabbles. It was rather like trying to defend your home from burglars while your family is having a loud argument in the living room. Tariq's initial force was relatively modest, somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 men, depending on which historical account you trust. These weren't just random soldiers looking for adventure, though. They were experienced fighters who had already proven themselves in the conquest of North Africa, and they brought with them something the Visigothic forces lacked: unity of purpose. and a command structure that actually functioned. The landing itself must have been one of those surreal moments in history. Picture yourself as a local fisherman, going about your normal morning routine, when suddenly the bay fills with foreign ships disgorging thousands of armed men who clearly aren't there for the local tourism opportunities. You'd probably spend a few moments wondering if you were still dreaming, then realise the moment was definitely one of those days when staying home might have been the better choice. What happened next demonstrates one of history's recurring themes. Sometimes the outcome of momentous events depends less on grand strategy and more on basic human psychology. When news of the landing reached King Roderick, he did what any reasonable monarch would do. He gathered his forces and marched south to deal with this invasion. The problem was that gathering his forces in a politically fractured kingdom meant trying to assemble an army from nobles who weren't entirely sure they wanted him to succeed. The Battle of Guadalete, fought sometime in July 711, became one of those encounters that historians describe with words like decisive and pivotal, which are academic ways of saying everything changed rapidly. Roderick's army was larger on paper, but paper armies and real armies are two very different things. When your troops include people who might actually prefer to see you lose, military mathematics becomes considerably more complicated. The battle itself was less a clash of titans and more like watching a carefully stacked house of cards encounter a sudden breeze. Roderick's forces didn't just lose, they collapsed with the kind of spectacular completeness that makes military historians shake their heads in amazement. The king himself disappeared during the fighting, and while various stories emerged about his fate, the practical result was the same. The Visigothic kingdom had just lost its head, literally or figuratively. But here's where the story becomes particularly captivating from your comfortable evening perspective. The speed of what followed defied all reasonable expectations. Within a few years, Muslim forces had swept across most of the Iberian Peninsula with a swiftness that seems almost impossible until you remember that they weren't just conquering territory. They were often being invited in by local populations who saw them as preferable to the chaos of Visigothic rule. The result wasn't the Hollywood version of conquest, with dramatic sieges and heroic last stands. This was conquest through administrative competence, religious tolerance, and the simple appeal of stable government after decades of political turmoil. Sometimes the most revolutionary changes happen not through dramatic confrontation, but through offering people something they didn't even realize they wanted: predictability. Imagine waking up one morning to discover that everything familiar about your world has been quietly rearranged while you slept. The same mountains still frame the horizon, and the same rivers still flow toward the sea, but suddenly there are new rules, new rulers, and new ways of doing things that everyone is expected to learn rather quickly. This is essentially what happened to the people of Hispania as Muslim rule settled over the peninsula like a new season. But unlike the harsh winter of conquest that many might have expected, what actually emerged was something surprisingly manageable. The new rulers, it turned out, were excellent at the mundane business of actually running things. You see, the Umayyad Caliphate had learned something that many conquerors throughout history seem to miss. Destroying everything you've just conquered is rather like burning down the house you've just bought. Instead, they brought with them a sophisticated administrative system that had been refined through governing diverse populations across a vast territory stretching from Spain to Central Asia. The Christian and Jewish populations found themselves classified as dhimmi, protected peoples who could continue practicing their religions in exchange for paying additional taxes and accepting certain legal restrictions. Now, before you start thinking, this arrangement sounds wonderfully tolerant by modern standards, remember that religious tolerance in the 8th century was rather like air conditioning in the desert, rare enough that you appreciated it when you found it, even if it wasn't quite what you'd get at home. For many people, daily life under the new system was actually an improvement over the chaos of late Visigothic rule. Trade flourished, cities grew, and the famous convivencia, the coexistence of Christian, Muslim and Jewish communities, began to develop in ways that would make medieval Iberia one of the most culturally rich regions in Europe. But here's where human nature asserts itself in ways that are both predictable and touching. People adapt, but they also remember. In countless small ways, the conquered population maintained connections to their previous identity while learning to navigate their new reality. They spoke Arabic in the marketplace but might still pray in Latin at home. They adopted new architectural styles while preserving old family traditions. They learned new skills while teaching their children old stories. This cultural blending created something unprecedented in medieval Europe. A society where a Christian merchant might do business with a Muslim banker while discussing philosophy with a Jewish scholar, and nobody thought this was particularly remarkable. It was rather like living in one of those modern neighbourhoods where everyone's from somewhere else, except with more swords and considerably less plumbing. The new rulers established their capital at Cordoba, which under their guidance would become one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in Europe. They built schools, libraries and workshops. They improved agricultural techniques and expanded trade networks. They even maintained and expanded the Roman infrastructure they inherited, which showed a refreshing appreciation for good engineering regardless of its origins. Yet beneath this surface of accommodation and progress, something else was quietly taking root. In the mountainous regions of the north, where the conquest had been less complete and central authority was weaker, small communities of Christians began to develop what we might call selective amnesia about their new reality. They remembered the old kingdom, the old faith, and the old ways of doing things, and they began to nurture the idea that their current situation might not be permanent. These weren't grand gestures of defiance or dramatic declarations of independence. They were the quiet, persistent activities of people who had decided that while they might have to accept foreign rule, they didn't have to like it or consider it legitimate. They maintained their own religious practices, preserved their own legal traditions, and most importantly told their children stories about how things used to be and how they might be again. The irony, of course, is that the very tolerance and administrative competence that made Muslim rule bearable also provided the space for this quiet resistance to develop. A harsher system might have stamped out Christian identity entirely, while a more chaotic one might have left people too focused on simple survival to think about political alternatives. Instead, the conquered population found themselves in the historically unusual position of being governed by people who were genuinely better at governing than their previous rulers, while still maintaining the psychological and cultural resources to imagine eventual liberation. It was rather like being in a very comfortable prison run by thoughtful wardens. You might appreciate the amenities while still planning your eventual escape. This quiet persistence in the northern mountains would be one of history's most patient investments, planted by people who might never live to see its harvest, but who maintained faith that someone someday would. Let's take a moment to appreciate one of history's most delightful ironies. The Reconquest of Iberia began not with a grand army or divine revelation, but with what was essentially a tax dispute that got wildly out of hand. You have to admire the very human scale of it all. Is rather like discovering that the American Revolution started because someone got really annoyed about the price of tea. In the Asturian mountains of northern Spain, around the year 718, a Visigothic nobleman named Pelayo was dealing with the kind of problem that would be familiar to anyone who's ever had a disagreement with the local authorities. The Muslim governors wanted him to pay tribute and acknowledge their authority. Pelayo, for reasons that probably made perfect sense to him at the time, decided he'd rather not. Now, under normal circumstances, this kind of local disagreement would be resolved quickly and decisively in favour of whoever had the bigger army. But the Asturian mountains weren't normal circumstances. They were the medieval equivalent of trying to govern a region made entirely of natural fortresses. The terrain was so rugged that sending large military forces into it was rather like trying to organise a parade in a maze. Pelayo's initial act of defiance was probably witnessed by fewer people than typically attend a modern city council meeting. He gathered a small group of supporters. Accounts vary, but we're talking dozens, not thousands, and retreated to a cave called Covadonga. From a military perspective, the event looked like the kind of last stand that usually ends with historians writing sympathetic footnotes about brave but doomed resistance. The Muslim force sent to deal with this minor irritation was probably expecting what their commanders back in Cordoba were expecting: a brief expedition to arrest some troublemakers and restore order. Instead, they found themselves attempting to dislodge determined defenders from positions seemingly destined for such stubborn resistance. The Battle of Covadonga, fought sometime around 722, was the kind of encounter that looks insignificant in the moment, but grows in importance with each passing year. The Muslim force was defeated, not destroyed, but defeated enough that they withdrew, rather than continue what was turning into an expensive and embarrassing exercise in mountain warfare. From Pelayo's perspective, he had successfully defended his home and maintained his independence. From the Muslim governor's perspective, they had bigger concerns than chasing a few rebels through mountains that seemed designed to make military operations as difficult as possible. From history's perspective, something had just begun that would continue for the next 7 centuries. What makes this moment particularly fascinating is how ordinary it must have seemed to almost everyone involved. Pelayo wasn't proclaiming himself the champion of Christendom or announcing a divinely inspired mission to reconquer Iberia. He was simply a man who decided he preferred his traditional way of life to the new management and who happened to live in terrain that made his preference militarily viable. The victory at Covadonga became something more than a military success. It became proof that Muslim rule wasn't inevitable or permanent. Word spread through the Christian communities that remained scattered across the peninsula, carried by merchants, pilgrims, and that most effective of medieval communication networks, gossip. But here's what makes Pelayo's story particularly relevant to your evening contemplation. He didn't succeed because he had a master plan or divine assistance or superior military technology. He succeeded because he was stubborn, he picked his ground carefully, and he was willing to accept a very modest definition of success. Occasionally, the most important historical changes begin with someone simply saying no and meaning it. The kingdom of Asturias that emerged from this mountain rebellion was tiny, poor, and surrounded by much more powerful neighbours. By any reasonable measure, it should have been a historical footnote, one of those brief moments of independence that gets absorbed back into the larger political reality. Instead, it became the seed from which the entire Reconquista would eventually grow. This episode suggests something both encouraging and slightly absurd about human nature. Sometimes the most significant changes in history begin with people who have no idea they're making history. They're just dealing with their immediate circumstances, making the best decisions they can with the information they have, and refusing to accept situations they find unacceptable. Pelayo probably went to sleep each night thinking about practical problems, food supplies, defensive positions, and keeping his small band of followers motivated and organised. He almost certainly didn't imagine that he was launching a centuries-long process that would reshape the entire Iberian Peninsula. He was just a man trying to preserve his way of life in a world that had changed around him. Imagine a garden where aggressive weeds have completely overtaken the original flowers. But then, if you look carefully in the corners and along the edges, you start to notice small shoots pushing up through the soil. The old plants haven't died. They've just been growing quietly in places where the weeds couldn't reach them. This is essentially what was happening in the northern regions of Iberia during the early centuries of Muslim rule. The kingdom of Asturias, emerging from Pelayo's successful mountain rebellion, was rather like a medieval startup. Small, scrappy, and operating with the kind of lean efficiency that comes from having absolutely no choice in the matter. The early Asturian kings ruled over a territory that was mostly rocks, trees, and people who had gotten very good at making do with limited resources. But what makes their story particularly endearing is that they transformed their poverty into a strength rather than a weakness. Since they couldn't compete with the wealth and sophistication of Muslim Iberia, they positioned themselves as the authentic keepers of the old traditions. They were the original article, the vintage Christian kingdom, aged to perfection in mountain caves and seasoned with genuine suffering. King Alfonso I, ruling in the early 8th century, perfected what we might call the liberation through depopulation strategy. He would launch raids into the territories between his kingdom and the main Muslim settlements, not to conquer and hold ground, but to convince the Christian populations in those areas to pack up and move north to his kingdom. It was rather like being a medieval real estate agent whose sales pitch was, "Come live in our beautiful mountains, where the scenery is spectacular and nobody will try to convert you to Islam." This policy had the delightful side effect of creating a no-man's land between Christian and Muslim territories, a buffer zone that was difficult for either side to control, but which served as an excellent training ground for the kind of small-scale warfare that mountain kingdoms do best. The Asturians became experts at what we'd now call guerrilla tactics, though they probably just thought of it as how you fight when you can't afford to lose. Meanwhile, Leon emerged as the kingdom's new capital, when the kings decided that ruling from mountain caves, while romantically authentic, was becoming impractical as their territory expanded. Leon offered the radical luxury of being a place where you could hold court without worrying about the ceiling dripping on your crown. The really clever part of the Asturian strategy was cultural as well as military. They positioned themselves as the continuation of the Visigothic kingdom, not its successors, but literally the same kingdom that had temporarily lost most of its territory. Their approach wasn't just propaganda, it was a comprehensive rebranding effort that would make modern marketing executives weep with admiration. They maintained Visigothic legal codes, preserved Latin literacy, and most importantly, developed what we might call the "we never really left" narrative. According to this version of events, the Kingdom of Asturias wasn't a new political entity, but rather the Visigothic kingdom in temporary exile, waiting for the right moment to reclaim its inheritance. This narrative was particularly powerful because it transformed what could have been considered a series of border raids and minor territorial expansions into something much more significant: the systematic recovery of stolen property. When Asturian forces captured a town or valley, they weren't conquering new territory. They were liberating occupied land and restoring it to its rightful rulers. The psychological impact of this approach was considerable. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had a focal point for their identity and aspirations. The Kingdom of Asturias proved that Christian rule was still possible, still viable, and most importantly still expanding. Every Asturian victory, regardless of its magnitude, demonstrated that the Muslim conquest was not the final chapter. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of this early period was how the Asturian approach to reconquest was fundamentally different from what we might expect. Their strategy wasn't driven by religious fanaticism or ethnic hatred. It was driven by the much more practical desire to live according to familiar laws and customs. The Asturians didn't spend a lot of time denouncing Islam. They spent their time demonstrating that Christian rule could be effective, protective, and worth supporting. They were also remarkably pragmatic about their goals. Rather than declaring their intention to reconquer the entire peninsula, which would have sounded rather absurd coming from rulers of a mountain kingdom, they focused on the achievable objective of expanding their territory bit by bit, valley by valley, mountain by mountain. This patience and pragmatism would prove to be one of their greatest strengths. While other medieval kingdoms rose and fell through overambitious expansion or internal conflict, the Asturians built something sustainable, a Christian kingdom that grew stronger rather than weaker over time, and that would eventually become the foundation for much larger reconquest efforts. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Pelayo's persistent refusal to pay taxes had transformed into a situation that was beginning to cause the Muslim rulers of Iberia genuine discomfort. It's rather like watching a small crack in a wall gradually expand until you realise the whole structure might need attention. The Kingdom of Asturias had been quietly but persistently expanding, and by now it was no longer accurate to describe it as a minor mountain rebellion. Under kings like Alfonso II and Alfonso III, the kingdom had developed from a desperate refugee camp into a functioning medieval state with its own economy, military organisation, and most importantly, a clear sense of mission. Alfonso III, who ruled in the late 9th century, was particularly good at what we might call expansion with style. He didn't just conquer territory, he established cities, built churches, and created the kind of infrastructure that made people want to stay, rather than flee at the first opportunity. Cities like Zamora and Toro weren't just military outposts. They were statements of permanence, announcements that Christian rule was back and intended to stay. But what's particularly fascinating about this period is that the Christian kingdoms were acquiring the same patience and strategic thinking that had made Muslim rule so successful. They weren't just fighting battles, they were building institutions, establishing trade networks, and most importantly, creating the administrative machinery that could govern an expanding territory. The really clever innovation was the development of what historians call the Reconquest ideology, a systematic intellectual framework that transformed military expansion into a sacred mission. The mission wasn't just about recovering lost territory anymore. It was about fulfilling a divine mandate to restore Christian rule to the entire peninsula. It was brilliant marketing that gave every border skirmish cosmic significance. This ideological framework had the additional advantage of attracting support from beyond the peninsula. Christian kingdoms across Europe began to see the Iberian reconquest as part of their own spiritual mission, which meant that French, Italian, and other European knights started arriving to help with what they saw as a holy war against Islam. These foreign volunteers brought more than just military assistance. They brought new military techniques, financial resources, and most importantly, They brought the sense that the Reconquista was part of a larger European Christian identity. What had begun as a local dispute over governance was gradually becoming part of the great cultural and religious confrontation between Christianity and Islam. Meanwhile, Muslim Iberia was discovering that success can create its own problems. The efficiency and prosperity that had made Al-Andalus the envy of Europe had also made it somewhat complacent. For so long, the Christian kingdoms in the north were viewed as minor irritations, and when they began to pose a genuine threat, the response was often delayed. The Umayyad Caliphate was also dealing with internal pressures that diverted attention and resources from the northern frontier. Political succession disputes, regional rebellions, and the constant challenge of governing a diverse population meant that the military focus needed to contain Christian expansion wasn't always available when and where it was needed. By the 10th century, the balance of power was shifting in ways that would have seemed impossible 2 centuries earlier. The Christian kingdoms weren't just surviving, they were beginning to thrive. They had developed their own military innovations, established secure economic bases, and most importantly, they had created a political and cultural identity that was attracting support from across Christian Europe. The psychological transformation was perhaps even more significant than the military one. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had concrete evidence that Muslim rule wasn't permanent or inevitable. Every Christian victory, every recovered city, every successful campaign was proof that change was possible and that supporting the Reconquest might be a winning strategy rather than a hopeless gesture. This shift in perception created a feedback loop that accelerated the process. As Christian kingdoms became more successful, they attracted more support, which made them more successful, which attracted more support. The momentum that had been building slowly for generations was beginning to reach critical mass. The Reconquista was transforming from a local mountain rebellion into a peninsula-wide movement with international support and religious legitimacy. What had once seemed like an impossible dream, the complete recovery of Christian rule over Iberia, was beginning to look like an achievable, if long-term, objective. But perhaps most importantly, the Christian kingdoms had learned something crucial about the nature of historical change. Sometimes the most effective way to transform the world is to start small, stay focused, and maintain consistent pressure over very long periods of time. They had mastered the art of strategic patience. As you sit here in the gentle quiet of evening, imagine yourself looking back across those 7 centuries that stretched between Pelayo's first defiant stand in the mountains and the final surrender of Granada in 1492. It's rather like watching time-lapse photography of a garden where flowers that were planted in spring don't bloom until the following winter, except the seasons lasted for generations. The Reconquista that began with a tax dispute had become something unprecedented in medieval history. A sustained, multi-generational project that transformed not just the political map of Iberia, but the very identity of European Christianity. What started as a simple refusal to accept foreign rule had evolved into a defining characteristic of Spanish and Portuguese culture that would influence their approach to everything from exploration to empire building. By the 11th century, the momentum that had been building for centuries was beginning to produce dramatic results. The capture of Toledo in 1085 by Alfonso VI of Castile was one of those moments when everyone involved probably sensed they were participating in something historically significant. Toledo wasn't just another city. It was the ancient capital of Visigothic Spain, the symbolic heart of the kingdom that the Christian rulers claimed to be restoring. The fall of Toledo demonstrated something that military theorists still study today: how psychological victories can be more important than purely military ones. The conquest of this city didn't just add territory to the Christian kingdoms, it proved that even the most seemingly secure Muslim strongholds could be taken by patient, determined forces who were willing to play the long game. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Reconquista's ultimate success was how it maintained its essential character across those 7 centuries. The same qualities that had made Pelayo's rebellion successful, stubbornness, strategic patience, and the ability to turn disadvantages into advantages, remained central to the Christian approach throughout the entire process. The Christian kingdoms learned to cooperate when necessary while maintaining their independence, to adopt new military technologies while preserving their cultural identity, and, most importantly, to think in terms of generations rather than immediate results. They created institutions that could survive individual defeats, economic setbacks, and political changes because they were built around the idea that temporary setbacks were just that, temporary. The final centuries of the Reconquista were marked by the consolidation of Christian power under the unified crowns of Castile and Aragon. The marriage of Isabella and Ferdinand in 1469 created the political unity that could finally complete what Pelayo had begun in the mountains of Asturias. It's one of history's neat symmetries that a movement that began with one stubborn individual would be completed by the strategic alliance of two determined monarchs. The surrender of Granada in 1492 marked not just the end of Muslim rule in Iberia, but the completion of one of the longest and most successful military campaigns in European history. What makes it particularly remarkable is that it succeeded not through overwhelming force or brilliant strategy, but through the simple expedient of refusing to give up and consistently working toward a clearly defined goal across multiple centuries. The legacy of the Reconquista extends far beyond the borders of Spain and Portugal. The experience of successfully recovering lost territory through sustained effort created a cultural confidence that would fuel the age of exploration. The same kingdoms that had spent centuries learning to expand their territory step by step would soon be applying those lessons to global empire building. More fundamentally, the Reconquista demonstrated something encouraging about human persistence and the possibility of long-term change. It showed that even the most seemingly permanent political arrangements can be transformed by people who are willing to start small, stay focused, and maintain their efforts across multiple generations. As you consider this story from your comfortable modern perspective, perhaps the most relevant lesson is how ordinary people, faced with circumstances they found unacceptable, created extraordinary change through the simple expedient of refusing to accept that those circumstances were permanent. They didn't need special advantages or dramatic gestures. They just needed patience, persistence, and the willingness to think beyond their lifetimes. The birth of the Reconquista reminds us that some of history's most significant transformations begin not with grand declarations or revolutionary moments, but with individuals who simply decide that their current situation doesn't have to be their permanent reality. Sometimes the most powerful force in human history is just the quiet determination to make tomorrow different from today, sustained over enough tomorrows to make a difference that lasts. And with that thought, perhaps it's time to let this story settle into your evening quiet, carrying with it the gentle reminder that even the longest journeys begin with someone taking the first step. You're standing on a wooden platform somewhere in Ohio, and it's 1847. The morning air smells primarily of coal smoke with a hint of adventure. Your carpet bag sits heavy in your hand, stuffed with everything you own that seemed important 3 days ago when you decided to head west. Now you're wondering why you packed 2 pairs of Sunday shoes and only 1 spare shirt. The locomotive sits before you, hissing and clanking like some great metal beast with indigestion. Steam puffs from various openings, and you can't shake the feeling that the whole contraption might explode at any moment. The engineer, a grizzled man with arms like tree trunks, seems remarkably unconcerned about this possibility. He's probably seen enough boiler explosions to know what one looks like before it happens. This thought doesn't comfort you as much as you'd hoped. You climb aboard the passenger car, which is essentially a wooden box on wheels with windows. The seats are arranged in rows facing forward, though seats is perhaps too generous a term. They're more like church pews with backs, upholstered in horsehair that prickles through your clothes. The aisle between them is narrow enough that 2 people can't pass without one of them sucking in their stomach and doing a little sideways shuffle. Your fellow passengers are settling in around you. There's a woman in a severe black dress who's already claimed the window seat and looks like she'd defend it with her life. Behind her, a travelling salesman arranges his sample cases with the precision of a military operation. Across the aisle, a young mother tries to convince her toddler that the train isn't actually a monster, though the child seems sceptical, and frankly, you don't blame him. The conductor appears, a man whose moustache has its own postal code. He's wearing a uniform that's seen better decades and carries a pocket watch he consults with religious devotion. "All aboard," he calls, though you're already aboard, so you're not sure if the request applies to you or if you should get off and get back on again. You choose to remain where you are. With a tremendous jolt that nearly sends you into the lap of the stern woman by the window, the train begins to move. The wheels make a rhythmic clacking sound that will haunt your dreams for the next 3 weeks. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack, clackety-clack. It's almost musical. if your taste in music runs to repetitive percussion performed by iron wheels on iron rails. The scenery outside starts to crawl past. At this speed, you could probably hop off, pick some wildflowers and hop back on again, though the conductor's moustache suggests the idea wouldn't be appreciated. Fields roll by, dotted with cows who seem mildly interested in this mechanical intrusion into their pastoral day. A farmer waves from his plough and you wave back, feeling very cosmopolitan and modern. The car rocks gently from side to side, not entirely unlike being in a cradle, if cradles were made of wood and iron and pulled by steam engines. The motion is soothing once you get used to it, though it takes about the same amount of time as a mild case of seasickness. You close your eyes and try to imagine you're on a ship sailing across prairies instead of oceans. Your carpet bag slides around on the floor with each curve and bump. Everybody's luggage performs a small dance, and every now and then someone's hatbox tries to escape, only to have its embarrassed owner restrain it. The woman next to you has tied her reticule to her wrist with what appears to be a shoelace. Clearly she's travelled by train before. Outside, the world passes by at the breathtaking speed of about 15 miles per hour. The present is the future, you think to yourself. The present is what progress looks like. People travel across vast distances on iron horses, reaching speeds that would have been unthinkable for your grandparents. However, at this moment, as I watch a particularly energetic squirrel keep pace with the train for a solid 30 seconds, the entire experience feels less revolutionary and more quaint. The whistle blows, a long, mournful sound that somehow manages to be both exciting and lonely at the same time. You're moving now, carried forward by steam and steel into whatever adventure awaits down the line. After your first hour aboard, you're beginning to understand that train travel comes with its peculiar social rules, most of which nobody bothered to write down anywhere. It's like being invited to a party where everyone knows the secret handshake except you. Take the window seat situation, for instance. The woman beside you has established squatters' rights on the window view, and she guards it jealously. When you lean slightly toward the glass to catch a glimpse of a particularly captivating cow, she shifts her considerable bulk to block your view entirely. It seems like she's following proper train etiquette, but you suspect she's making it up as she goes. The art of eating aboard a moving train proves to be more challenging than you'd anticipated. The railroad has thoughtfully provided a dining car, though dining is perhaps too elegant a term for what transpires there. You make your way down the aisle, grabbing seat backs and fellow passengers for support as the car sways and lurches. The dining car attendant, a man who's clearly made peace with the chaos of his profession, serves up plates of food that seem determined to slide into your lap. Your beef stew sloshes from side to side with each train rock. You quickly learn to time your spoonfuls with the motion of the car, scooping up stew when it slides toward you, and waiting patiently when it migrates to the far side of the bowl. It resembles a fishing experience, albeit with gravy and vegetables as the catch, and a constantly shifting pond. The other diners have developed various strategies for dealing with mobile meals. One gentleman has wedged his plate between two coffee cups, creating a little edible fortress. A lady at the next table has given up entirely on utensils, and is politely nibbling her dinner roll while watching her soup perform acrobatics. The travelling salesman from your car has somehow managed to balance his entire meal on his knees while continuing to work on his correspondence. You suspect he's part circus performer. Coffee service presents its own unique challenges. The attendant approaches with a large pot and the confident air of someone who's done the job 1,000 times before. He pours the coffee in a smooth arc that somehow accounts for the train's motion, the cup's movement, and the likelihood that you'll jerk your hand at the crucial moment. Most of the coffee actually makes it into the cup, which feels like a small miracle. Between meals, you discover that privacy is a negotiable concept aboard a train. Your fellow passengers seem to view your personal business as legitimate entertainment. The stern woman by the window has taken to commenting on your reading material, despite the fact that you haven't asked for her literary opinions. When you pull out a penny novel, she sniffs disapprovingly and mutters something about the decline of modern morals. You consider pointing out that her own reading material appears to be a temperance tract, but decide that discretion is the better part of not getting into an argument with someone you'll be sitting next to for the next 2 days. The travelling salesman has appointed himself the car's unofficial social director. He knows everyone's destination, occupation, and life story within the first 50 miles. By mile 75, he's offering unsolicited advice about everything from the best hotels in Chicago to the proper treatment of bunions. You learn more about Bunyan care than any reasonable person should know. However, you must admit that his enthusiasm is endearing. The bathroom facilities on the train deserve special mention, although they may not be ideal to use during dinner time. Embracing nature's call while travelling at 15 miles per hour over questionable track demands a certain level of athletic ability and a willingness to embrace adventure. The facilities themselves are about the size of a broom closet, furnished with a seat that seems designed by someone who'd never actually sat down before. The whole experience teaches you new levels of appreciation for stationary plumbing. Nightfall brings its set of social challenges. The seats don't recline exactly, but you can achieve a sort of semi-slumped position that passes for comfort if you're not particular about your spine's alignment. The stern woman has produced a pillow from somewhere and has claimed both armrests with the authority of a territorial squirrel. You fold your coat into a makeshift pillow and settle in for what promises to be a very educational night in the art of sleeping while sitting up. The sounds of the train take on a different quality in the darkness. The clacking of wheels becomes more pronounced, almost rhythmic. Someone several seats back has begun snoring in counterpoint to the train's rhythm, creating an odd sort of mobile lullaby. Morning arrives with the subtlety of a brass band, announced by the conductor's voice calling out the next station stop. You've managed about 3 hours of actual sleep, scattered throughout the night in 20-minute intervals, between the train's more enthusiastic lurches and the creative snoring symphony that developed around midnight. Your fellow passengers are stirring with various degrees of success. The travelling salesman appears to have slept like a baby, if babies typically woke up perfectly groomed and ready to discuss the virtues of their latest patent medicine. The stern woman looks exactly as severe as she did yesterday, leading you to suspect she may not actually sleep, but simply powers down like some sort of Victorian automaton. A new passenger boards at this stop, and he's the kind of character that makes train travel memorable. He's clearly a frontier type, dressed in buckskins that have seen more adventure than a penny novel. His beard appears to have been styled by a windstorm, and he carries himself with the easy confidence of someone who's wrestled bears and lived to tell about it, probably over dinner. He settles into a seat across the aisle, and immediately begins regaling anyone within earshot with tales of his exploits. According to his stories, he's been a trapper, a scout, a gold prospector, and briefly, a circus performer. You suspect some embellishment, particularly regarding the story about training a wild mustang to fetch his morning coffee, but his enthusiasm is infectious. Even the stern woman seems grudgingly interested, though she maintains her disapproving expression as a matter of principle. The young mother with the toddler has given up any pretense of controlling her child, who has discovered that the aisle makes an excellent racetrack. The boy careens from seat to seat, using passengers' knees as turning posts in his Grand Prix. Most travellers accept this with resigned good humour, though the travelling salesman looks nervous about his carefully arranged sample cases. At the next stop, a preacher boards, recognisable by his severe black coat and the way he surveys the car, as if calculating everyone's likelihood of salvation. He takes a seat near the back and immediately begins reading from what you assume is a Bible, though at this distance it could be a cookbook for all you know. The frontier character catches sight of him and grins, and you sense that philosophical discussions may be in your future. A group of immigrants fills several seats near the front of the car. They speak in a language you don't recognise, gesturing animatedly and pointing out the windows at the passing landscape. Their excitement is palpable, and you realise you're witnessing people seeing their new country for the first time. It provides perspective on your own journey, although you're still not entirely sure why you chose to head west initially. The dining car attendant makes his rounds, announcing breakfast with the air of someone who's given up hoping anyone will be surprised by the menu. There's hardtack, coffee as strong as a horseshoe, and a dish that could easily pass for eggs if you don't scrutinise it too closely. The frontier character claims that the food is the finest cuisine he has experienced since leaving civilization. However, considering his stories about eating bark and prairie grass, this may not be a significant compliment. Conversation flows easily around the car, resembling the interactions of people who have been brought together by circumstance. The preacher and the frontiersman have indeed struck up a debate about the nature of civilization versus the wilderness. The preacher argues for the moral benefits of settled society, while the frontiersman counters with stories about the corrupting influence of cities. You find yourself nodding along to both sides, which probably makes you either very wise or very confused. The stern woman has appointed herself the moral guardian of the car, offering unsolicited commentary on everyone's behaviour, reading material and general deportment. When the travelling salesman produces a deck of cards, she launches into a lecture about the evils of gambling that would make the preacher proud. The salesman explains that he was merely planning to demonstrate a card trick for the toddler, but she remains unconvinced. By afternoon, the various personalities have settled into a comfortable routine. The frontiersman entertains the group with his stories, the preacher offers moral advice, the travelling salesman provides solutions to unidentified problems, and the stern woman upholds order with her disapproval. The immigrants continue their animated discussions, occasionally breaking into what sounds like folk songs. You've become the unofficial mediator, the neutral party everyone feels comfortable talking to. You may not have strong opinions, or your carpet bag may contain the only good whiskey on the train, hidden under your spare shirts. Either way, you're learning more about human nature than you ever expected. The toddler has worn himself out and finally fallen asleep in his mother's arms, providing the first quiet moment since dawn. Even the train seems to be running more smoothly, as if it too appreciates the brief respite from chaos. The dinner service that evening proves to be an adventure worthy of the frontier itself. You've learned from your lunch experience and approach the dining car with a strategy. Secure your food, find something to brace against, and accept that dignity is optional when travelling at 15 miles per hour over tracks laid by optimistic railroad workers. The menu hasn't changed since breakfast, which isn't particularly surprising given that the dining car's pantry is roughly the size of your grandmother's pie safe. The attendant, whose name you've learned is Frank, has developed a philosophical approach to his work that involves accepting the limitations of cooking aboard a moving train while maintaining unreasonable optimism about the results. Tonight's mystery meat is chicken, but it bounces around your plate like it never got used to being dead. The vegetables have achieved that perfect mushy consistency where you can't quite tell if you're eating carrots or turnips, and frankly it doesn't matter because they both taste like the inside of a coal bin. Your dining companions this evening include a banker from Philadelphia who keeps checking his pocket watch as if he can somehow make the train arrive faster through sheer temporal willpower. Across from him sits a schoolmarm heading to a teaching position in Kansas, armed with enough moral fibre to build a small church and the kind of determined cheerfulness that suggests she's prepared to educate the frontier into submission. The frontiersman has joined your table, bringing with him tales of dining on roasted prairie dog and something he calls mountain oysters, which you suspect aren't actually oysters, and definitely aren't from any mountain you'd care to visit. His stories make the mysterious train chicken seem downright gourmet by comparison. Halfway through the meal, the train hits a particularly ambitious curve, and chaos ensues. Your chicken breaks free, sliding across the table towards the banker, whose reflexes suggest he has successfully avoided flying food in the past. The schoolmarm's coffee creates a small tidal wave that somehow manages to miss her entirely, while thoroughly soaking her bread roll. Frank the attendant doesn't even pause in his serving, having clearly witnessed this performance many times before. The banker, now wearing your dinner, maintains his dignity with admirable stoicism. He dabs at the chicken grease on his vest with the same methodical precision he probably applies to balancing ledgers. Occupational hazard of train dining, he observes philosophically, as if being assaulted by mobile poultry is a regular part of his financial career. With the efficient competence of someone accustomed to managing classroom catastrophes, the schoolmarm produces a handkerchief and begins cleaning up the coffee disaster. Her cheerfulness remains undaunted, though you suspect she's mentally composing letters home about the exotic dangers of frontier dining. After dinner, you retire to your seat to discover that motion sickness has finally caught up with you. It creeps in gradually, starting with a vague uneasiness that you initially attribute to the mysterious chicken. The constant swaying motion of the car, which seemed charming this morning, now feels less like a gentle cradle and more like being trapped inside a powerful washing machine. With the sharp eye of someone who has likely diagnosed half the ailments in her hometown, the stern woman notices your distress. She produces a small bottle from her reticule with the confidence of a travelling apothecary. She announces, "Peppermint oil," as if she's offering a miraculous remedy. Settles the stomach and clears the head. You're in no position to refuse help, even from someone whose previous medical advice consisted mainly of moral lectures. The peppermint oil does help. though whether it's the actual medicine or just the relief of having someone show unexpected kindness is hard to say. The travelling salesman, overhearing your plight, launches into an enthusiastic pitch for his latest remedy, guaranteed to cure everything from motion sickness to melancholy. His sample case reveals an impressive array of bottles, tins, and mysterious packages, each promising to solve problems you didn't know you had. You politely decline his offer of Doctor, Pemberton's miracle elixir, partly because you're feeling better, and partly because anything described as miraculous and sold from a suitcase seems suspect. The rocking motion of the train, which caused your stomach troubles, ironically becomes soothing once the nausea passes. The rhythmic clacking of wheels settles into a hypnotic pattern that makes your eyelids heavy. Outside the windows, twilight is painting the landscape in soft purples and golds, turning ordinary farmland into something almost magical. Your fellow passengers are settling into their evening routines. The preacher has switched from moral philosophy to what appears to be letter writing, his pen scratching across paper in time with the train's rhythm. The immigrants have grown quiet, gazing out at their new country with expressions of wonder and perhaps a little homesickness. The toddler has discovered that the space under the seats makes an excellent fort and has begun a complex game involving his few toys and a remarkable amount of imagination. His mother watches with the patient expression of someone who's learned to find entertainment in the smallest victories. Frank appears with evening coffee, which you accept gratefully despite its resemblance to coal tar, because sometimes the ritual of warmth and caffeine matters more than the actual quality of either. Darkness settles over the train like a familiar blanket, transforming the passenger car into a cosy, if somewhat cramped, cocoon of warm light and human companionship. The conductor makes his evening rounds, lighting the oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the walls and create pools of golden light throughout the car. The effect is intimate, turning your rolling wooden box into something approaching comfortable. Sleeping on a train, you're discovering, is less a single event and more a series of negotiations between your body, the seat, and the laws of physics. The seats weren't designed with overnight comfort in mind, having been crafted by someone who apparently believed that humans were naturally shaped like church pews. You try various positions, the classic slump, the sideways lean, and an ambitious attempt to use your carpet bag as a footrest, which ends with your luggage sliding 3 seats forward during a particularly spirited curve. The stern woman has transformed herself into a fortress of propriety, somehow managing to arrange her shawls and skirts in a way that maintains perfect modesty, while achieving what appears to be actual comfort. You suspect she's had training in this particular skill, possibly from a finishing school that offered advanced courses in travelling with dignity. Her gentle snoring suggests she's mastered the art completely. The frontiersman has claimed 2 seats by virtue of simply being too large for one, and he sleeps with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to bedding down under the open sky. Occasionally he mutters in his sleep, fragments of adventures that may or may not have actually happened. You catch references to ornery mules and the biggest catfish in Missouri, delivered with the same conviction he brings to his waking stories. The travelling salesman has somehow arranged his sample cases into a makeshift bed that looks more comfortable than your seat, though you suspect it violates several unspoken rules about train etiquette. He's covered himself with what appears to be a tarp advertising his patent medicines, turning himself into a human billboard even in sleep. At midnight, the train abruptly stops, startling everyone awake. Through the windows you can see lanterns moving in the darkness, and voices carry the tone of men dealing with some sort of mechanical crisis. The conductor appears, his moustache looking less authoritative than usual, to explain that they're having a small difficulty with the locomotive's enthusiasm, which you take to mean the engine has broken down again. This sort of thing, you're learning, is considered perfectly normal in 1847. Trains break down the way horses throw shoes, or wagon wheels come loose. It's not a crisis, merely an inconvenience that requires patience and possibly some creative engineering. Frank appears with more coffee, as if caffeine is the universal solution to mechanical problems. The delay gives everyone a chance to stretch, walk around, and engage in the kind of philosophical discussions that only happen at midnight when you're stranded beside railroad tracks in the middle of Ohio. The preacher and the frontiersman resume their debate about civilization, now expanded to include theories about mechanical progress and God's opinion of steam engines. The banker produces a flask from his coat and offers it around with the generosity of someone who's given up worrying about propriety at this hour. Even the schoolmarm accepts a small sip, though she makes a face that suggests her temperance principles are still intact, just temporarily suspended for medicinal purposes. The immigrants gather near their seats, talking quietly among themselves while the children sleep against their parents' shoulders. Their patience appears boundless, as if they've grown accustomed to patiently awaiting the start of their lives. You wonder what they're leaving behind and what they hope to find at the end of their journey. Outside, the repair work continues with the steady rhythm of men who know their business. Hammering, the hiss of steam, and occasional cursing that carries clearly in the night air. The locomotive is clearly a temperamental creature that requires both mechanical skill and diplomatic handling. The stern woman has produced needlework from somewhere in her seemingly bottomless reticule and is stitching by lamplight with the concentration of a surgeon. She notices your attention and explains, without prompting, that idle hands, even at midnight beside broken-down trains, are a dangerous place. Her moral principles apparently don't recognise standard sleeping hours. By 2 a.m, the repairs are complete, announced by a triumphant whistle that probably wakes up every cow within 5 miles. Everyone settles back into their improvised sleeping arrangements with the weary satisfaction of travellers who've shared a small adventure. The train begins moving again, with its characteristic series of jerks and jolts, like a giant waking up with arthritis. The rhythmic clacking returns, perhaps slightly more enthusiastic than before, as if the locomotive is making up for lost time. Outside, the dark landscape slides past, dotted with occasional farmhouse windows glowing warm and yellow in the distance. Sleep comes easier now, induced by exhaustion, and the hypnotic motion of wheels on rails. Even your uncomfortable seat begins to feel almost cosy, and you drift off to the sound of gentle snoring, creaking wood, and the endless song of iron wheels carrying you toward whatever adventure awaits at the end of the line. Morning arrives with the reluctant grey light of dawn filtering through the passenger car windows, revealing a landscape that looks suspiciously similar to yesterday's scenery. You're beginning to suspect that Ohio is considerably larger than the map suggested, or possibly that you've been travelling in circles while you slept. The latter seems unlikely, given the determined forward motion of the locomotive, but after 36 hours on rails, your sense of geography has become somewhat negotiable. Your body has achieved a sort of détente with the train seat, accepting discomfort as the natural state of existence, while maintaining hope that sensation will eventually return to your legs. The stern woman is already awake and somehow perfectly groomed, leading you to wonder if she's actually human, or perhaps some sort of travelling automaton designed to make the rest of humanity feel inadequate. Frank begins his morning rounds with coffee that has the consistency of warm tar and twice the potency. The travelling salesman greets the new day with enthusiasm that would be admirable if it weren't quite so early and loud. He's already reorganised his sample cases and is preparing to demonstrate his patent medicines to anyone unfortunate enough to make eye contact. The frontier character awakens from his slumber, akin to a bear emerging from hibernation, accompanied by sound effects capable of frightening small children and possibly even larger ones. His morning routine involves spectacular stretching, creative cursing, and the production of what appears to be hardtack from his coat pocket. He gnaws on this breakfast with the satisfaction of a man accustomed to food that fights back. Outside the windows, the landscape has begun to change subtly. The neat farmsteads of settled Ohio are giving way to wider spaces, more scattered buildings, and longer stretches where civilization seems to have given up entirely. You're approaching the real frontier now, where the map gets vague and adventure becomes less theoretical. The banker consults his pocket watch with increasing frequency, as if he can somehow accelerate the train through sheer temporal anxiety. His destination is Chicago, where he has important business that apparently cannot wait for the normal pace of steam locomotion. He's begun muttering calculations under his breath, working out arrival times with the desperate precision of a man who's promised to be somewhere specific, at a time that's looking increasingly unlikely. Around mid-morning, the train develops what Frank diplomatically calls a case of the slows. The locomotive begins chugging with less enthusiasm, like an aging horse that's decided it's covered enough ground for one day. Your 15-mile-per-hour pace drops to something closer to a brisk walk, which means the energetic squirrels are once again keeping pace outside your window. This mechanical reluctance creates what the conductor announces as a brief delay for locomotive encouragement, which sounds much more dignified than the engine is having another breakdown. You're learning that railroad terminology exists primarily to make mechanical failures sound like deliberate scheduling decisions. The delay provides an opportunity for extended socializing, which by now resembles a mobile town hall meeting. The preacher has begun holding informal services for anyone interested, although his congregation mainly consists of immigrants who may not understand his words but seem to appreciate the familiar rhythm of religious ceremonies. The schoolmarm has started an impromptu geography lesson, using the passing landscape to explain the settlement patterns of the American frontier. Her enthusiasm for education remains undaunted by her audience's mixed interest in learning about soil types and river systems. The toddler seems particularly fascinated by her chalk, which she's somehow produced from her seemingly magical carpet bag. Your fellow passengers have developed the easy familiarity of people who've shared close quarters and minor adventures. Personal space has become a quaint memory, and everyone's life story is now common knowledge. You know about the banker's 3 daughters, the preacher's mission to bring salvation to Kansas, the schoolmarm's correspondence with her sister in Boston, and approximately 47 of the frontiersman's most unlikely adventures. The stern woman has revealed herself to be well-travelled, offering commentary on railroad systems she's experienced from Baltimore to St. Louis. Her disapproval, you realise, comes from extensive experience with the gap between what train travel promises and what it actually delivers. She's less morally outraged than practically disappointed, which somehow makes her criticism more endearing. Lunch consists of the same mysterious substances as yesterday, though Frank has managed to arrange them differently on the plate, creating the illusion of variety. The dining car conversation centres on destination fever, that peculiar condition that affects long-distance travellers as they approach their journey's end. Everyone has begun talking faster, planning more enthusiastically, and checking their belongings with increasing frequency. This anticipation appears to have a particularly strong impact on immigrants. Their excitement is palpable as they recognise that the landscape outside is becoming their new home. They point at farms and towns with the intensity of people claiming territory with their eyes, already beginning the psychological process of belonging somewhere new. By afternoon, even the locomotive seems to have caught destination fever, picking up pace with renewed mechanical enthusiasm. The clacking of wheels takes on a more urgent rhythm, as if the train itself is eager to reach the end of the line and rest its iron bones. The final hours of your train journey unfold with the bittersweet quality of all endings, tinged with both relief and an unexpected nostalgia for the rolling community you've temporarily joined. Your destination appears on the horizon as a smudge of smoke and scattered buildings, growing larger with each rhythmic clack of the wheels. After 3 days of wondering if you'd ever arrive anywhere, the reality of actually reaching the end of the line feels almost surreal. The locomotive seems to sense its approaching rest, developing a more eager chuff that suggests it's as ready as you are to stop moving for a while. Your body has adapted to constant motion so thoroughly that you suspect you'll spend the next week swaying slightly while standing still, like a sailor who's been too long at sea. The stern woman has begun the complex process of reassembling herself into travelling order, folding shawls and securing belongings with the precision of a general preparing for battle. Her transformation from rumpled passenger back into the picture of Victorian propriety is fascinating to watch, involving more pins and strategic tucking than you thought humanly possible. The travelling salesman is conducting a final inventory of his sample cases, probably calculating profits and losses from his mobile pharmacy. He's sold several bottles of his mysterious elixir to fellow passengers, though whether from genuine belief in his products or simply cabin fever-induced purchasing decisions remains unclear. The frontiersman bought 3 bottles, claiming they'd be perfect for trading with Indians, though you suspect he plans to drink them himself. Your fellow travellers begin the ritual of exchanging addresses and promises to write, though you all know that once you step off this train, you'll scatter to your separate destinies and probably never cross paths again. Still, the ritual matters. These people have become your temporary family, bound together by shared discomfort, and the peculiar intimacy that develops when strangers are trapped in close quarters for days at a time. The banker finally relaxes his death grip on his pocket watch, accepting that he'll arrive when he arrives, and his Chicago business will have to adapt accordingly. His anxiety is transformed into philosophical acceptance, though he mentions several times that he'll never again trust railroad schedules, especially ones written by people who clearly view time as a flexible concept. The preacher has been energized by approaching his mission field, speaking with renewed fervor about bringing civilization and salvation to the frontier. With amusement, the frontiersman listens, occasionally commenting on the type of salvation that truly comes in handy when confronted with hostile wildlife or severe weather. Their ongoing theological debate has become one of the journey's most entertaining features. The schoolmarm has grown quiet as her destination approaches, perhaps contemplating the reality of teaching frontier children who may view book learning as less immediately useful than tracking and shooting skills. Her determination remains unshakable, but it's now tempered with the practical understanding that education takes different forms in different places. The immigrants gather their belongings with reverent care, handling their few possessions like sacred relics. Everything they own in America fits into a handful of bags and bundles, but their faces shine with the hope of people who've successfully crossed an ocean and a continent to reach their dreams. Their excitement is infectious, reminding everyone else that arrival means possibility. The toddler has finally worn himself completely out and sleeps peacefully in his mother's arms, oblivious to the significance of reaching their new home. His mother looks out at the approaching town with the mixed expression of someone who's relieved the journey is ending, but terrified about what comes next. As the train begins its final approach, slowing with a series of gentle jerks and extended whistle blasts that announce your arrival to the waiting town, you realise that this journey has been about more than simply getting from one place to another. You've experienced a slice of America in transition, a country building itself 1 mile of track at a time. The station appears ahead, a simple wooden building that nevertheless represents the end of one adventure and the beginning of another. People wait on the platform, some greeting expected arrivals, others simply curious about who the Iron Horse has delivered to their town today. The final stop arrives with a ceremony befitting the completion of an epic journey. A tremendous hiss of steam, the squeal of brakes, and one last authoritative jolt that sends everyone reaching for something solid to grab. Frank appears in the doorway, announcing your arrival with the satisfaction of a man who successfully delivered another load of hopeful humanity to their chosen destination. You gather your carpet bag, which somehow feels heavier than when you started, though it contains exactly the same items. Perhaps it's weighted down with memories now, or maybe you've just grown weaker from 3 days of train food and improvised sleeping. Either way, you're ready to feel solid ground beneath your feet again. As you step down onto the platform, the absence of constant motion feels strange and wonderful. The world has stopped rocking, stopped clacking, and stopped hissing steam at irregular intervals. The silence is almost overwhelming after days of mechanical conversation. Your fellow passengers disperse with surprising speed, reclaiming their individual identities after days of communal existence. They exchange final handshakes, make last-minute address exchanges, and make promises to write that they may or may not keep. As if you've passed some sort of endurance test she's been administering, the stern woman nods approvingly at your survival of the journey. The locomotive sits steaming quietly, looking somehow smaller now that it's not in motion. The mighty Iron Horse that's been your world for 3 days is just a machine again, waiting for its next load of passengers and their dreams. You shoulder your carpet bag and walk toward the town, your legs still slightly unsteady from days of swaying motion. Behind you, the train whistle blows one last time, a farewell that somehow manages to sound both mournful and hopeful. The frontier stretches ahead, full of possibility and uncertainty in equal measure. You've arrived, carried here by steam and steel and the peculiar magic of American optimism made manifest in iron rails. Whatever happens next, you'll always remember these 3 days when you travelled into the future at 15 miles per hour, accompanied by the most fascinating collection of humanity you've ever had the pleasure to meet. The adventure, you realise, is just beginning. You're settling in for the night, probably checking your phone one last time, adjusting your pillow just so, maybe wondering if you remembered to set your alarm. But imagine for a moment that you're living 4,000 years ago, and your bedroom is a cramped wooden hut that smells like smoke and wet wool. Your bed, a pile of straw that's seen better days, and your alarm clock is the rooster next door who apparently never learned the concept of sleeping in. Welcome to the Bronze Age, when getting a good night's sleep was about as reliable as your Wi-Fi during a thunderstorm. You'd think that after a long day of hacking away at copper veins deep underground, these ancient miners would collapse into bed like exhausted teenagers. But here's where things get interesting, and a little weird. These weren't your typical 9-to-5 workers. They had developed sleep patterns that would make a modern sleep specialist scratch their head and possibly recommend therapy. Picture this. You're a Bronze Age miner named, well, let's call you Copper Arm. Names were simpler back then. You've just spent 12 hours underground in what can only be described as a very expensive cave, breathing air that would make a coal plant jealous, and your back feels like you've been carrying a mammoth uphill. Naturally, you'd want to sleep for about 14 hours straight, but instead you're lying on your straw bed staring at the ceiling, which is probably just more straw, completely unable to drift off. Your mind is racing with thoughts like, did I remember to shore up that tunnel? And was that creaking sound the mind settling? Or is it about to become my tomb? These weren't exactly the kind of counting sheep thoughts that lead to peaceful slumber. The Bronze Age mining communities had discovered something that modern science is only now catching up to. When your daily survival depends on not being crushed by tons of rock, your brain doesn't exactly embrace the concept of letting its guard down. Sleep became this strange dance between exhaustion and hypervigilance, like trying to nap while riding a roller coaster. What's fascinating is how these ancient miners adapted. They didn't have sleep studies or melatonin supplements, or those white noise machines that sound like gentle rain but somehow cost more than your monthly coffee budget. Instead, they developed their own peculiar strategies that were part practical, part superstitious, and entirely human. Some miners would sleep in shifts, not because they were working around the clock, but because they'd discovered that sleeping alone made every little sound feel like impending doom. So they'd rotate who was on watch, even while sleeping, taking turns being the designated light sleeper. It was like having a buddy system for unconsciousness. Others developed what we might call preparation rituals that would make your bedtime routine look minimalist. They'd spend an hour arranging their tools in specific patterns around their sleeping area, not for easy access, but because the familiar ritual helped calm their overactive minds. Imagine explaining to your spouse that you need to arrange your laptop, coffee mug, and reading glasses in a perfect triangle before you can possibly fall asleep. But perhaps the most intriguing adaptation was how these miners learned to embrace what we'd now call fragmented sleep. Instead of fighting their tendency to wake up every few hours in a panic, they built their rest around it. They'd sleep for a few hours, wake up naturally, usually convinced something terrible was about to happen, spend an hour or two doing quiet activities like mending tools or planning the next day's work, then settle back down for another sleep cycle. This wasn't insomnia, it was evolution in action. Their bodies and minds were adapting to a lifestyle that required constant alertness, even during rest. They were literally rewiring their sleep patterns to match their dangerous profession, creating a survival strategy disguised as a sleep disorder. And you thought your habit of checking your phone at 2 a.m. was problematic. Now here's where the story takes a turn that would make your afternoon coffee break look like child's play. You see, these Bronze Age miners had discovered something that modern workplace efficiency experts are still trying to figure out: the strategic underground nap. Picture yourself back in Copper Arm's well-worn boots, deep in a mine shaft that's lit by oil lamps that flicker more than your grandmother's old television. The air is thick, your muscles ache, and you've been swinging that bronze pickaxe for hours. Logic would suggest that the last thing you'd want to do is fall asleep surrounded by unstable rock walls and toxic fumes. But logic, as you're about to discover, wasn't exactly the miner's strong suit. These crafty underground workers had figured out that a well-timed 20-minute nap in the depths of the mine could be the difference between productive afternoon digging and accidentally pickaxing your own foot. But here's the catch, and this is where things get delightfully weird. They couldn't just curl up anywhere. Oh no, that would be too easy. Underground napping had rules, serious rules. The kind of rules that would make your office handbook look like a grocery list. First, you had to find what they called a singing spot, a place in the mine where the acoustics were just right. Not too echoey, which meant unstable rock, not too muffled, which could mean dangerous gas pockets, but just right, like some sort of geological Goldilocks situation. These spots were highly coveted, and miners would actually trade shifts and rations for access to the premium napping locations. Imagine the workplace politics. Listen, Tinbeard, I'll give you my extra bread ration and cover your morning shift if you let me have the Tuesday 2 p.m. slot in the good sleeping alcove. It was like booking a conference room, except the stakes were your sanity, and the conference room could potentially collapse on you. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. These miners had developed a buddy system for underground napping that was part safety protocol, part superstition. One person would sleep while another kept watch, not for cave-ins or dangerous gases, but for what they called the dream thieves. Now, before you start picturing some sort of Bronze Age sleep bandits sneaking around stealing dreams, let me explain. The miners believed that sleeping underground could lead to prophetic dreams about the location of rich ore veins. These dreams were considered so valuable that there were actual cases of miners trying to steal each other's sleeping spots to intercept these geological visions. It was like corporate espionage, but with more dirt and fewer PowerPoint presentations. The watching partner had a specific job. If the sleeping miner started mumbling about copper or tin or gold in their sleep, the watcher was supposed to memorize every word. Some watchers even developed their own shorthand for recording these drowsy proclamations. Imagine waking up from your nap to find your coworker frantically scribbling notes about your sleep-talking session. "You said something about shiny veins near the singing water," your partner would whisper urgently. "Do you remember what that means?" And you'd be standing there, still groggy, trying to figure out if you'd just solved the mind's productivity problems or if you'd simply been dreaming about your lunch again. The really fascinating part is that this system actually worked, not because the dreams were genuinely prophetic, but because the process of sleeping underground had actually trained these miners to be incredibly observant about subtle geological signs. Their subconscious minds were processing details they'd noticed during their waking hours: slight changes in rock colour, variations in airflow, unusual sounds or echoes. So when they dreamed about promising locations, they were actually accessing a kind of intuitive knowledge they'd built up through months or years of underground experience. It was like having a geological GPS system powered by REM sleep and Bronze Age intuition. But here's the mildly stressful part that would keep you on edge. Not everyone's dreams were welcome. If a miner's underground naps consistently led to dry holes or dangerous cave-ins, they'd be banned from the good sleeping spots. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your dream quality could affect your career prospects. Performance reviews were literally based on your subconscious performance. "Sorry, Copper Arm, but your last 3 dream tips led us to solid rock and a small flood. You're relegated to the noisy alcove near the ventilation shaft until further notice." It was like being demoted for your sleep performance. Talk about workplace stress following you into your dreams. You'd think that people who spent their days in near total darkness would relish the opportunity to sleep in actual comfortable darkness. But Bronze Age miners, as you're beginning to understand, weren't exactly conventional in their approach to rest and relaxation. Instead of embracing the darkness, they turned bedtime into what can only be described as a competitive sport. And like most competitive sports, it was simultaneously ridiculous and intensely serious. Picture this. You're back in your straw-filled hut after another day of underground adventures, and instead of simply lying down and closing your eyes like a reasonable person, you're participating in what the mining community called darkness challenges. These weren't official competitions with prizes and ceremonies. They were the kind of informal contests that emerge when people have too much time, too much stress, and not nearly enough entertainment options. The basic concept was simple. See who could fall asleep fastest in complete darkness. But like everything else in Bronze Age mining culture, the execution was wonderfully complicated. First, there were the preparation rituals. Each miner had their own pre-sleep routine that they swore was the key to rapid unconsciousness. Some would count their breathing in specific patterns, not the gentle 4-7-8 breathing you might have learned in yoga class, but intense mathematical sequences that would make your high school algebra teacher proud. Others would mentally catalogue every tool in their collection, every support beam in their section of the mine, every pebble in their daily path. One popular technique involved what they called reverse mining, mentally digging their way out of the mine tunnel by tunnel from their deepest point to the surface. It was like counting sheep, except the sheep were geological formations and the counting could take hours. But here's where the competitive element kicked in. Miners would actually time each other's descent into sleep. They'd use water clocks, basically ancient hourglasses filled with water instead of sand, to measure who could achieve unconsciousness most efficiently. The current record holder in most communities was usually treated with the kind of respect we might reserve for Olympic athletes. Did you hear? Stonejaw fell asleep in under 3 drips last night. 3 drips. I can barely get comfortable in under 10. This timing system led to all sorts of creative strategies. Some miners would deliberately exhaust themselves during the day. performing extra tasks or taking on additional shifts, thinking that extreme fatigue would guarantee rapid sleep. Others went the opposite direction, trying to achieve the perfect balance of tiredness without crossing into that overtired zone where your brain starts acting like a caffeinated squirrel. The really dedicated competitors developed what we might recognise as early meditation techniques. They'd spend their evening hours practicing what they called mind darkening, essentially training their thoughts to slow down and fade to black on command. It was mindfulness meditation disguised as a sleep competition, and it actually worked surprisingly well. But then there were the cheaters. Oh yes, even Bronze Age sleeping competitions had their scandals. Some miners would secretly consume fermented beverages before the challenge, figuring that alcohol-induced drowsiness should count as legitimate sleep speed. Others would claim they'd fallen asleep when they were actually just lying very still with their eyes closed, hoping the timekeeper wouldn't notice the difference. There were heated debates about whether these tactics were within the spirit of the competition. That's not real sleep, Copper Arm. Real sleep means dream activity. You were just pretending. Prove it, Bronzetooth. You can't measure dreams with a water clock. These arguments would sometimes go on for hours, which kind of defeated the entire purpose of a rapid sleep competition. The most elaborate cheating scheme involved miners who would practice falling asleep during their lunch breaks, essentially training for the evening competitions like athletes preparing for the Olympics. They'd find quiet spots in the mine, set up their own timing systems, and work on perfecting their sleep-onset technique during work hours. This led to the somewhat stressful situation where supervisors had to watch for miners who were too good at falling asleep. If you could doze off too quickly during the day, you might be suspected of practicing for the evening competitions instead of focusing on your actual job. Why were you able to fall asleep so fast during lunch break, Tin Hand? Are you training for tonight's darkness challenge when you should be thinking about copper extraction? Imagine having to defend your natural sleepiness as evidence that you weren't being competitive about bedtime. It was like being too good at relaxation for your own good. The competitions also created an unexpected side effect. Miners became incredibly sensitive to sleep disruption. A snoring neighbour, a creaking roof beam, or an unusually active mouse could completely ruin your competitive sleep time. This led to elaborate pre-competition rituals involving soundproofing attempts, neighbour negotiations, and what can only be described as Bronze Age white noise machines, usually involving controlled water dripping or rhythmic tool tapping. And just when you thought it couldn't get more complicated, the communities started developing seasonal variations of the challenges, with different rules for winter sleeping versus summer sleeping, new moon versus full moon nights, and pre-mining versus post-mining sleep sessions. It was the kind of thing that started as simple fun and evolved into a complex subculture with its own rules, strategies, and social hierarchies. Because apparently, even sleep needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency and competitive advantage. Who knew Bronze Age miners were the original life hackers? Just when you thought Bronze Age sleep habits couldn't get any stranger, we encounter what might be the most peculiar phenomenon of all, the singing sleepers. And no, this isn't about miners who hummed lullabies to help themselves drift off, though that would be charmingly normal compared to what actually happened. You're lying in your Bronze Age bed. Remember, it's still that pile of straw that's definitely seen better days. And from somewhere in the darkness comes a sound that's part melody, part moan, and entirely mysterious. It's your neighbour, Bronzebeard, engaging in what the mining community called sleep singing, a phenomenon that was part medical condition, part social ritual, and entirely fascinating to everyone who witnessed it. Sleep singing wasn't like the occasional snoring or sleep talking that you might be familiar with. These weren't random mumbles or unconscious vocalizations. The singing sleepers produced elaborate melodic compositions while completely unconscious, often lasting for hours and featuring complex harmonies that they couldn't reproduce while awake. The weird part, as if it wasn't weird enough already. The songs seemed to follow the rhythm of mining. The melodies matched the tempo of pickaxe swings. The harmonies echoed the sounds of copper being separated from stone, and the overall compositions had a distinctly geological quality that somehow made perfect sense if you'd spent enough time underground. Imagine trying to explain this to your modern sleep specialist. Well, doctor, I seem to be composing symphonies in my sleep, but only ones that sound like mining equipment, and I can't remember any of it when I wake up. The mining communities didn't treat this as a medical oddity to be cured. They embraced it as a form of entertainment and in some cases divine communication, Families would actually adjust their sleeping arrangements to be closer to their household sleep singer, and neighbours would sometimes request specific songs by leaving symbolic objects near the singer's bed. Want to hear the copper vein discovery song? Leave a small piece of copper ore by the sleeper's head, hoping for the safe journey underground melody. A mining tool placed just so might do the trick. It was like having a prehistoric jukebox that operated on unconscious request fulfillment. But here's where things got mildly stressful for the sleep singers themselves. They started feeling performance pressure even while unconscious. Some singers reported anxiety dreams about not producing good enough nocturnal concerts, or nightmares about forgetting the melodies their communities had come to expect. Bronzebeard might wake up feeling exhausted, not from physical labour, but from the psychological pressure of being the neighbourhood's primary source of nighttime entertainment. Imagine the responsibility of knowing that your sleep quality directly affected everyone else's enjoyment of their evening. Did you hear Bronzebeard's performance last night? Usually his underground flooding song is much more dramatic. I hope he's not coming down with something. The phenomenon created its own social dynamics. Sleep singers became informal community leaders, their unconscious musical choices influencing group decisions about mining locations, safety protocols, and even interpersonal conflicts. If the sleep song featured harmonies about avoiding a particular tunnel, the mining crew might genuinely consider changing their plans. It was like having a focus group that operated entirely through dream state musical compositions. The practical challenges were considerable. Sleep singers couldn't control their nocturnal performances, which meant they might launch into a rousing mining anthem, just when everyone else was trying to fall asleep. This led to the development of singer schedules, informal agreements about when different sleep singers would be allowed to perform. Bronzebeard gets the first part of the night, Copper Voice takes the middle shift, and Tin Throat handles the pre-dawn slot. That way everyone gets some quiet sleep time and some musical entertainment. But scheduling unconscious performers is about as reliable as predicting the weather using tea leaves. Singers would sometimes sleep through their designated performance windows, leaving their audiences disappointed. Other times they'd have particularly energetic nights and sing right through someone else's scheduled quiet time. The communities developed surprisingly sophisticated ways to manage these challenges. Some groups appointed sleep conductors, people whose job was to gently influence the singers' performances through subtle, environmental cues. They'd adjust the temperature, introduce specific scents, or create gentle background sounds that might encourage certain types of songs. It was like being a DJ for unconscious performers, trying to create the right atmosphere for the kind of musical dreaming that would benefit the entire community. The most talented sleep conductors could allegedly influence not just the style of the songs, but their content. Want songs about successful mining ventures? Create an environment that feels prosperous and secure. Need melodies that would calm pre-mining anxiety? Focus on comfort and safety cues. Of course, this system was about as reliable as you'd expect when dealing with unconscious minds, environmental manipulation, and Bronze Age technology. Sleep conductors would spend hours preparing the perfect conditions for inspiring mining-themed lullabies, only to have their featured singer produce 3 hours of what sounded like rocks falling down a mountain. I specifically arranged everything to encourage the peaceful underground journey composition, and instead we got 4 hours of avalanche in a copper mine. What am I doing wrong? The pressure on both singers and conductors led to the development of backup entertainment systems, storytellers, musicians and other performers who could fill in when the sleep singing didn't meet community expectations. Because apparently even unconscious entertainment needed understudies. By now you've probably realised that Bronze Age miners had turned sleep into something resembling a complex logistical operation. But just when you think you've got a handle on their nocturnal peculiarities, we encounter what might be their most ambitious sleep-related innovation, the Great Sleep Migration. Picture this, you're copper arm again, and you've just discovered that your usual sleeping spot, that carefully chosen corner of your hut where the straw is just the right density and the roof doesn't leak too much, is no longer providing quality rest. Maybe the sleep-singing neighbour has changed their repertoire to something that sounds like rocks having an argument. Maybe the local mouse population has decided your sleeping area is prime real estate. Or maybe you've simply outgrown your current sleep environment the way you might outgrow a favourite coffee shop that suddenly starts playing music that makes your teeth hurt. The logical solution would be to adjust your sleeping arrangements within your existing space. Add more straw, negotiate with the neighbour, declare war on the mice. But Bronze Age miners, as you've learned, weren't particularly interested in logical solutions when creative ones were available. Instead, they developed a system of seasonal sleep migration that would make modern minimalists weep with envy and digital nomads nod with understanding. The concept was beautifully simple. Instead of trying to perfect one sleeping location, why not rotate through multiple sleeping spots throughout the year, following optimal sleep conditions the way birds follow favourable weather patterns? This wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The miners had observed that different sleeping locations seemed to produce different types of dreams, different quality of rest, and different levels of preparation for the next day's underground work. Some places were better for deep restorative sleep. Others seemed to encourage the kind of light, alert rest that kept you ready for unexpected mine emergencies. The migration routes weren't random. Mining communities developed elaborate maps of optimal sleeping locations, complete with seasonal ratings, dream quality assessments, and detailed notes about environmental factors that affected rest quality. The sleeping alcove behind Stonejaw's hut is excellent for deep winter rest, but avoid it during the rainy season unless you enjoy the sound of water dripping directly onto your forehead every 37 seconds. The elevated platform near the mine entrance provides superior ventilation for summer sleeping, but the sunrise light makes it unsuitable for anyone who values sleeping past dawn. These sleep migration maps became highly valued community resources, passed down through families and traded between mining settlements like precious commodities. A detailed sleep location guide could be worth several days' wages, and experienced sleep migrants were consulted like travel advisors. I'm thinking of trying the rocky outcrop near the eastern mine shaft for my autumn sleep rotation. What's your assessment of the wind patterns and rodent activity in that area? The migration system created its own social dynamics. Popular sleeping spots would become overcrowded during peak seasons, leading to reservation systems and waiting lists. Prime locations might be booked months in advance, with miners planning their sleep schedules around availability rather than personal preference. Some entrepreneurs, yes, Bronze Age miners had entrepreneurs, started offering sleeping location rental services. They'd scout new spots, test them for optimal sleep conditions, and then lease them to other miners for premium rates during high-demand periods. For just 3 extra copper pieces per moon cycle, you can have guaranteed access to the sheltered grove with a natural sound dampening and built-in morning sun alarm. No mice, no leaks, no snoring neighbours. Premium sleep location with a satisfaction guarantee. But the migration system also created unexpected challenges. Miners would sometimes get so attached to particular seasonal sleeping spots that they'd refuse to migrate when conditions changed. They'd stubbornly remain in summer locations well into winter, suffering through cold and discomfort rather than give up their favourite sleep environment. This led to the development of migration counsellors, community members who specialised in helping miners make healthy transitions between seasonal sleeping locations. They'd provide emotional support for miners who are having trouble letting go of unsuitable sleeping spots, and practical advice for adapting to new sleep environments. I understand your attachment to the moss-covered boulder formation, Tintooth, but it's been flooding regularly for 3 weeks now. Perhaps it's time to consider the elevated platform option we discussed. The most dedicated sleep migrants would maintain detailed journals documenting their experiences in different locations, noting factors like dream quality, morning energy levels, and overall satisfaction ratings. These journals became valuable references for future migration planning and were sometimes shared with other miners seeking optimal sleep solutions. According to my records, the Hollow Tree sleeping spot provides excellent dream recall but poor neck support. The cave entrance location offers superior protection from weather, but tends to produce anxiety dreams about cave-ins. The meadow area is perfect for summer but becomes completely unsuitable once the seasonal flooding begins. Some miners took the migration concept so seriously that they'd spend more time travelling between sleeping locations than actually sleeping in them. They'd become so focused on finding the perfect sleep environment that they'd exhaust themselves with constant relocation logistics. The communities eventually had to establish migration limits to prevent miners from wearing themselves out with excessive sleep location optimization. Too much time spent searching for perfect rest could actually cause worse sleep quality than just settling for good enough. It was like the Bronze Age version of analysis paralysis, except instead of endless research about mattress types and thread counts, it involved geographical surveys and seasonal weather pattern analysis. And just when the system seemed to be working smoothly, Some innovative miners started experimenting with micro-migrations, changing sleeping locations multiple times within a single night to optimize different phases of their sleep cycles. Because apparently even migration needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency. Now we're approaching what might be the most extraordinary aspect of Bronze Age mining sleep culture, the systematic attempt to industrialize dreaming. Yes, you read that correctly. These ancient miners tried to transform their dream lives into a kind of underground think tank, and the results were equal parts brilliant and completely bonkers. You're settling into your current migration location. Let's say it's the early autumn rotation, so you're probably in that nice spot near the stream with the natural windbreak. And instead of simply hoping for good dreams, you're participating in what the mining community called dream crafting. This wasn't just about encouraging helpful dreams, it was about manufacturing specific types of dreams for specific purposes. The concept emerged from the observation that miners who dreamed about their work often came up with creative solutions to underground challenges. Someone might dream about a new way to shore up unstable tunnels, or visualize a more efficient method for extracting ore from difficult veins. These work-related dreams seem to access a kind of problem-solving capability that conscious minds couldn't always achieve. Naturally, mining communities decided to systematize this process. Dream crafting involves elaborate pre-sleep preparation rituals designed to encourage specific types of dreams. Want to dream about finding new copper deposits? Spend your evening handling copper samples, studying geological formations, and mentally rehearsing successful mining scenarios. Hoping for dreams that would solve structural engineering problems? Focus your pre-sleep attention on support beams, tunnel design, and architectural challenges. It was like programming your unconscious mind to work on specific projects while you slept. The communities developed specialized roles for dream crafting support. Dream preparers would help miners set up their pre-sleep environments with appropriate visual, tactile, and olfactory cues. Dream recorders would be standing by when miners woke up, ready to capture and document any potentially useful dream content before it faded from memory. Quick, copper arm. You're mumbling something about twisted metal bindings and spiral support structures. Can you remember any details about the dream? And you'd be lying there, still half asleep, trying to reconstruct a complex engineering vision while someone frantically takes notes about your drowsy mumbling. The most ambitious dream crafting experiments involved group dreaming sessions. Multiple miners would prepare to sleep together, focusing on the same challenges and hoping to generate complementary dreams that could be combined into comprehensive solutions. It was like forming a dream-based research and development team. Tonight we're all going to focus on the flooding problem in the eastern tunnels. Bronzebeard, you concentrate on drainage solutions. Tin Hand, focus on waterproofing materials. Stonejaw, see if you can dream up some kind of early warning system for water detection. The success rate for these group dreaming projects was about what you'd expect when trying to coordinate unconscious minds working on complex technical problems. Occasionally the miners would awaken with innovative, complementary solutions that seamlessly blended together like a puzzle. More often, they'd produce a collection of unrelated dreams about fish, childhood memories, and that embarrassing incident with the pickaxe from 3 summers ago. But the occasional successes were impressive enough to keep the system going, and some mining communities became quite sophisticated in their dream crafting techniques. They developed what we might recognize as early versions of lucid dreaming training, teaching miners to recognize when they were dreaming and to maintain some level of conscious control over their dream narratives. The goal was to stay focused on work-related problem-solving even while asleep. Remember, when you realize you're dreaming, don't get distracted by flying or other dream nonsense. Focus on the tunnel ventilation challenge. Use your dream state to visualize solutions that might not occur to your waking mind. This created some mildly stressful situations where miners felt pressure to be productive even while unconscious. Imagine the anxiety of knowing that your sleep performance was being evaluated not just for rest quality, but for creative problem-solving output. Sorry everyone, my dreams last night were completely useless. I spent the whole time dreaming about a giant copper-coloured rabbit that kept giving me mining advice that made no sense. I don't think we can use dig tunnels like carrot burrows as a viable engineering strategy. The communities eventually had to establish dream failure forgiveness policies to prevent miners from developing sleep anxiety that would actually reduce their dream productivity. Some of the most dedicated dream crafters started keeping detailed dream journals, documenting not just the content of their dreams, but the pre-sleep preparation techniques that seemed to produce the most useful results. These journals became valuable community resources, like recipe books for generating specific types of dreams. For dreams about ore quality assessment, I recommend spending the evening examining different metal samples while thinking about colour variations and density testing. Avoid eating fermented foods before sleep, as they seem to introduce random elements that distract from metallurgical focus. The most successful dream crafters developed personal specializations, becoming known for their ability to generate specific types of problem-solving dreams. Some became specialists in structural engineering dreams, others focused on geological survey dreams, and a few became known for their uncanny ability to dream about workplace safety solutions. These specialists would sometimes be consulted by other mining communities facing similar challenges. They'd travel to different settlements, learn about local mining problems, and then attempt to dream up solutions that could be implemented by the visiting community. It was like having Bronze Age consulting services powered by REM sleep and unconscious creativity. But the system also produced some wonderfully unexpected results. Miners who were trying to dream about technical solutions would sometimes come up with innovations in completely unrelated areas. Someone focusing on tunnel support might dream up new food preservation techniques. A miner concentrating on ore extraction might wake up with ideas for improved textile manufacturing. The community started maintaining unexpected innovation logs to capture these accidental discoveries, leading to a kind of Bronze Age cross-pollination of ideas between different industries and crafts. And just when the dream crafting system seemed to be reaching peak sophistication, some innovative miners started experimenting with dream trading, attempting to share their dreams with other people through detailed storytelling and visualization exercises. This suggests that even unconscious creativity required optimization for maximum distribution and collaborative efficiency. As you're drifting towards sleep in your modern bed, with your climate control and blackout curtains and probably a dozen different apps designed to optimize your rest, it's worth considering what happened to all this Bronze Age sleep innovation. Did these elaborate systems simply disappear when mining techniques evolved, or did they leave traces that still influence how we think about rest and dreams? The answer, as you might expect, is wonderfully complicated. Some of the Bronze Age sleep practices evolved into traditions that persisted for thousands of years. The concept of sleep migration, for instance, influenced the development of seasonal living patterns in many cultures. The idea that different environments produce different qualities of rest became embedded in various folk wisdom traditions about optimal sleeping conditions. Dream crafting techniques found their way into religious and spiritual practices where directed dreaming became associated with divine communication and prophetic vision. The systematic approach to dream incubation that Bronze Age miners developed can be traced through various mystery traditions, shamanic practices, and even early medical applications where dreams were used for diagnostic purposes. The competitive aspects of Bronze Age sleep culture evolved into more formal sleep-related customs and ceremonies. Various cultures developed rituals around bedtime, sleep quality assessment, and dream sharing that echo the miners' systematic approach to rest optimization. But perhaps the most significant legacy was the fundamental idea that sleep could be actively managed and optimized rather than simply endured. Bronze Age miners were among the first people to treat sleep as a skill that could be developed, a resource that could be managed, and a tool that could be used for specific purposes. This conceptual framework laid the groundwork for later developments in sleep medicine, dream research, and what we now call sleep hygiene. The miners recognized that environmental factors, social dynamics, and psychological preparation could dramatically affect sleep quality, which was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Their understanding that different types of rest served different purposes, that deep sleep, light sleep, and various dreaming states each had distinct benefits, predated modern sleep science by thousands of years. They were essentially conducting primitive sleep studies, using themselves as test subjects and developing practical applications for their discoveries. The social aspects of their sleep innovations were equally influential. The idea that individual sleep quality could affect community well-being, that sleep patterns could be coordinated for group benefit, and that sleep-related skills could be shared and taught became embedded in many cultures' approaches to rest and community living. Even some of their more unusual practices left lasting influences. The concept of sleep singing evolved into various traditional lullaby practices and bedtime musical customs. The idea of sleep location optimization influenced architectural approaches to bedroom design and the development of sleeping spaces in different cultures. Their systematic approach to managing sleep-related anxiety, recognizing that worry about sleep quality could actually interfere with rest, became a cornerstone of later therapeutic approaches to sleep disorders. Bronze Age miners were essentially practicing primitive cognitive behavioral therapy for sleep problems, but perhaps most importantly, they established the precedent that sleep was worth paying attention to, worth investing effort in, and worth treating as a serious aspect of human health and productivity. This wasn't just about getting enough rest, it was about getting the right kind of rest, in the right environment, with the right preparation and support systems. Modern sleep research continues to confirm many intuitive findings. We now know that sleep environments do significantly affect rest quality, that social factors can influence sleep patterns, that pre-sleep routines can improve sleep onset and quality, and that different types of sleep serve different physiological and psychological functions. The contemporary interest in sleep optimization, sleep tracking, and sleep-related wellness products reflects the same basic impulse that drove Bronze Age miners to develop their elaborate sleep management systems. We're still trying to solve the same fundamental challenge: how to get the kind of rest that sustains our demanding, often stressful lives. Of course, we have advantages that Bronze Age miners couldn't have imagined. We understand sleep physiology, we have effective treatments for sleep disorders, and we can create sleep environments that are safer and more comfortable than anything available 4,000 years ago. But we may have lost some of their wisdom about the social and psychological aspects of sleep. Their recognition that rest is not just an individual activity, but a community resource, that sleep quality affects not just personal performance but group well-being, and that the journey towards sleep can be as important as the sleep itself, offers insights that remain relevant today. As you settle into your sleep routine tonight, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those ancient copper miners who refused to accept poor sleep as an inevitable part of difficult work. They understood something that we're still learning: that good sleep is not a luxury but a necessity, not a passive experience, but an active skill, and not just about rest, but about preparing for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Their legacy lives on in every person who takes time to create a comfortable sleep environment, who develops bedtime routines that work for their individual needs, and who recognizes that rest is an investment in productivity and well-being rather than time lost from more important activities. So tonight, as you adjust your pillow and settle into your carefully chosen sleep position, you're honoring thousands of years of human innovation in the art of rest. You're the beneficiary of countless generations of people who refused to accept that sleep was simply something that happened to them, rather than something they could actively improve. Your memory foam mattress and your smartphone sleep tracking apps would probably amaze the Bronze Age miners, but they'd immediately understand your desire to optimize your rest for tomorrow's challenges. They'd recognize the familiar human impulse to turn even unconsciousness into an opportunity for improvement and innovation. And maybe, in their honor, you could take a moment to appreciate not just the sleep you're about to enjoy, but all the creativity, experimentation, and stubborn determination that made it possible. From their underground napping experiments to your white noise machine by the bed, it's all part of the same ongoing human project, the quest for rest that truly restores. Sweet dreams. The Bronze Age miners would be proud of how far we've come and how much we still have in common with those ancient seekers of perfect sleep. After all, some things never change. We all just want to wake up feeling like we can face whatever the day might throw at us, whether it's a dangerous mine shaft or a challenging Monday morning. And in that universal desire for restorative rest, we're connected across thousands of years to those ingenious sleep-obsessed miners who turned bedtime into an art form and dreaming into a collaborative enterprise. Rest well, knowing you're part of a very long tradition of people who take their sleep seriously and aren't afraid to get creative about it. Frederic Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman, teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederic's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederic's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms, reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederic was different. Far from the typical parlour show-off, he conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalize on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Frederic Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters, and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasized musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticized him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension, between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil, fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle. Adopting a man's attire and openly criticizing social norms, their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered. hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium, each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père-Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, a frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Arthur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalised whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova-Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frederic Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history.